Chapter 1204. He was this world. Well, it might be an exaggeration to call him this world, so let's say it again. He was the one person in the entire divine realm who could not afford to be willful or throw tantrums. He was the best chess player, and he had to calculate every move carefully, including himself and his enemies. He had to calculate everything perfectly. Unfortunately, he was not an exceedingly good chess player. He was just a warrior, and his gaze was fixed on the future. He was a madman who could force himself and his enemies to die on the path of reincarnation. Every move could see millions of years into the future, and every move could calculate dozens of eras into the future. Well, that was the requirement he had for himself. At least, it had been that way since the death shroud of the abyss appeared. After they died, that concept became even clearer. He could clearly feel that the part of himself that belonged to Fengling had given birth to the idea of leaving a way out. It was very clear, very strong, so strong that it could not be stopped. It made him feel that his consciousness was splitting, with 1/3 or half of his consciousness giving birth to extremely strong thoughts that wanted to split him into two. "You're really a strange thing," it suddenly said, its body changing amidst a flash of light. After a moment, Ming's foolish angel appearance appeared from the brilliant white light. She stared at Yun Nuoxing with her big and small eyes and muttered, "This is the first time I've seen the scene of split consciousness. What a strange thing, the consciousness can actually be split into 2 or 3. Yun Nuoxing rolled its eyes. It spoke as if it had seen many things with life and thoughts. Was it not just the second time it had seen an outsider and split consciousness or something? My thoughts are getting messy. A lot of messy information is pouring into my consciousness. Hey, do you need me to help you deal with it?" Yun Nuoxing pursed his lips and took a few deep breaths. The other half of his mind that belonged to Fengling slowly calmed down. He reached out and rubbed his head, shaking his head. "It's just a small matter, no big deal. Also, I'm not split into 2. Although the 3 of us are one, I'm still me. All 3 of us are me. We don't have any internal strife because of our thoughts. It's just that one of us is a little agitated." It frowned and could not help muttering, "You're really a strange thing. I'm a person, not an object that is measured by the number of things. Don't use things to describe me. That's nothing." It shrugged. "Aren't all of us, insignificant things in the void? You said it." Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched uncontrollably. It had said that many years ago, and it had said something similar in the future. This guy really liked to copy its words. Fengling's consciousness, which suddenly showed signs of recovery, made Yun Nuoxing's heart a little heavier. He had felt something. He had felt something since the beginning. This was not the result of the memories of the future, but something that Fengling himself had felt at this moment. From the beginning, he had been walking on the repeating river, never reaching the shore, never changing, and never changing because of the 2 memories of the future. This was clear from the red lustrous crystal that he had obtained from the black hole of the abyss. Then, at this moment, he had coincidentally given birth to one idea after another. The future involved a more distant future. He had even laid out everything to the end of the ancient age with a single thought. The history of this time had never deviated because of the 2 memories. He thought quickly and rejected it quickly. It was not so easy to lay out the future. It required the most meticulous planning and the most soul-stirring deduction. He had arranged everything in the picture of the future and waited for the past to happen again. He felt that it was time to act now. There were many things to do, many things to do. He suddenly stood up, startling it. It raised its head and looked at his flickering eyes, saying, "Are you planning to go out? I feel that you are about to give birth to an independent thought. I have something to do. I need to go arrange it. Yun Nuashing nodded at it. I have to go. I can't accompany you here. Oh. It did not seem to feel depressed. It stood up slowly. Then let's go out and play together. Yun Nuashing was speechless. He suspected that he had misheard. Well, he definitely did not mishear anything. This guy was planning to go out with him. This dark world was his world, the place where the aggregation of his consciousness existed. By the way, could he, a being similar to the origin of life, go out casually? Oh, you are worried that I will be broken down by the rules outside when I go out. It received the thought and shook its head. I'm not the origin life form you're talking about. Everything about me and my existence is preserved in this dark world. I don't exist here in the first place, and I'm just an aggregation of concepts. My true form should belong to some part of the conceptual layer of rules. It could also be said that it's a part of that place that makes me what I am. The me you see now is just a shadow that interacts with the physical world and facilitates information communication. So it is not a problem for me to go out, it said. And if I don't go out, I can't find anything to do. Do I have to stay here and sleep every day? I don't think that's quite. Yun Nuashing almost blurted out Feng Ling's inner thoughts. He shook his head fiercely and said with a smile, that kind of life isn't bad either. Bah! You are really a mysterious guy. It was stunned and could not help but shake its head. I am very curious about a lot of things in your memory. I want to go out and take a look with my own eyes. How about that reason? If you say it's okay, then it's okay. I don't dare to have any objections. Yun Nuashing stuck out its tongue. Then it was happily decided. Yun Nuashing did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the dark abyss had become much calmer after he had taken away the crystal scepter of the god of destruction. Although there was still the unpleasant and abhorrent aura of the abyssal death fog, it had weakened a lot. It was as if its energy concentration had suddenly decreased a lot. The energy that emerged from the core of the abyssal black hole had also become more beautiful and flowed more smoothly. Miraculously, it made him feel as if the sky was clear after a storm. He carefully thought about it again, before the crystal was taken out, and now. Perhaps it was a phenomenon caused by the collision of order and non-order things. The order item in the abyssal black hole had disturbed the non-order energy that had existed here for countless years. Perhaps the energy of the heavenly god of destruction was still at work, so the energy that could destroy everything was still at work in a place unknown to them. Therefore, it interfered with or triggered the self-defense of the abyssal black hole. Anyway, there were many reasons. Anyway, the situation had become a little better. I used a little of my consciousness to restrain the operation of my world. It spoke softly to Yun Nuashing, and then waved its hand gently. The entire dark world suddenly trembled slightly. The ring-shaped light that filled the entire abyssal black hole suddenly dimmed and became transparent. Finally, it completely disappeared. The core that looked like something else also slowly disappeared into the dark void. Everything was like an illusion, as if it had never existed. It's hidden. When I leave, I have to take a look at my own place. It giggled. Yun Nuashing looked back. Didn't you think of bringing it along? Although the concept condensation sounds very powerful, you have to go on a long journey. Don't you think it's not safe to leave it behind? That's impossible. That is a fixed concept body and cannot be moved. It is completely embedded with the abyssal black hole. That's why I created such a moving and more vivid consciousness body. Ming tugged at its silvery white dress and giggled. Furthermore, although my true form in the world is just an inconspicuous thing, if it can really move, wherever I go, the void and order would be destroyed. From this point of view, this world, oh, the abyssal black hole that you mentioned, this cradle of mine is also a defensive barrier just to prevent me from causing more damage to the outside world. Seeing Yun Nuoxing's eyes widen, it shrugged and said, I don't know if all of this is part of their plan, but I don't think they will allow something that can surpass the death fog of the abyss to appear in this place. Perhaps they would destroy me while I'm away. Yun Nuoxing looked at it with a strange expression. You're saying that it's so peaceful. Anyway, I won't die. At most, I'll just return to that space and pretend that nothing happened. Yun Nuoxing's eyes trembled violently as a storm surged in his heart. His eyelids drooped slightly as he suddenly remembered what Shixian had said. He recalled it immediately and could not get it out of his mind. Silly, what are you sad about? The prime life forms were born from the prime of this world. That is our true home. I'm not dead. I'm everywhere in the realm of gods and the Grand Yuan realm. Returning to that place is just like waking up from a dream. In the end, it's just a dream. Nothing happened. Yun Nuoxing clenched his hands into fists. His violent emotions stirred up the black hole in the abyss. The power of a peak heavenly god of origin could not be underestimated. It could shake this dark space. It sensed the mixed feelings of sadness and anger in his heart. It tilted its head slightly and looked at him. Shoo, don't expose too much in the death fog of the abyss. They are everywhere. They will touch your scars and get into your soul. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes as his thoughts were successfully interrupted by his words. You already have 60% of my memories. What are you talking about? That's not the same. Ming walked out of the black hole with his hands behind his back. I am me. The abyssal death mist is the abyssal death mist. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and followed him. The two of them went back the way they came. In the end, they still went above the black hole. Oh, heaven knows if this place was above or below or left or right. Anyway, their senses told them that they were going up. It was only when they stepped out of the black hole that Yun Nuoxing breathed a sigh of relief. It was as if they had met again after a lifetime. He stretched and rubbed his eyes. At this moment, he looked at the distorted starlight again. He felt that there was a different kind of beauty to it. It's just that this position feels a little wrong. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. It was silently sensing something. Then it stretched out a hand and dragged him out. It easily opened the transparent barrier and passed through it. This time, it was his turn to stretch. Is this the aura of the outside world? Oh, it's actually not that different from my world. Perhaps it's because my world of darkness is the core of this world. It's still a little different. There's a little bit of order, and he sniffled. It feels like time is flowing a little fast. Yun Nuoxing turned his neck stiffly and looked at him. He said in a half-dead tone, Why didn't you tell me earlier? Oh, you're forcing me. Ming jumped back in surprise. He covered his mouth and chuckled. I've never been to the outside world. How would I know? I just found out. Just 10 seconds ago. The speed of the outside world is a little faster than I thought. No, not just a little, it's a lot faster. You don't look too good. Are you not used to being in a non-order environment for too long? Do you want to take a rest? Yun Nuoxing knelt heavily in the starry sky. He put his hands on the space and looked defeated. He could not stop murmuring. 100 million. I feel like I've lost 100 million. I've lost 100 million, no matter how he thought about it. He could not figure out the time in this world. According to the time in the realm of the gods, or the 8 elemental realms, it had been almost 100 years since he entered the black hole of the abyss. When he found out about this, he almost roared out loud. A realm of the gods without any observers. The guardians had gone on an expedition. who knew what the realm of the gods would become. Oh, right. Everyone had gone on an expedition. There were not many people left in the realm of the gods. There were only a few celestial gods left, and they were all on the side of peaceful development. Looking at it this way, it did not seem like there would be any trouble. That's right. That's not right. It had been 100 years. Who knew what kind of trouble the other side, and them had done in such a long time? In his mind, the soul seed that had been silent for many years, in fact, it was only a few hours, glowed faintly, making Yun Nuoxing's body instantly straighten up. His face was covered with dense sweat in a form visible to the naked eye. Trembling, he used his soul power to touch that seed. He kept a soul seed in his soul, using his stomach. Without thinking, he knew who was looking for him at this moment. Phone. A dull voice came from the other end. It seemed that the other party was stunned for a moment. They did not expect a response at all. Although he did not hear Yun Nuoxing's voice, he still shouted excitedly, "It's been 1,000 years. You finally responded. I don't know if you can receive the specific information on your side. You don't have to reply to me. If you hear this news, quickly come back to the realm of the gods. There's big trouble." Here, Huey's voice, which had been away for a few hours, was intermittent. It seemed that he was disturbed by something. The content of his words made Yun Nuoxing feel as if he had just fallen out of the path of reincarnation. 1,000 years? Wasn't it 100 years? He did not think that he had seen wrongly. What's wrong? I saw your expression change from the beginning. Say something. Ming reached out and touched him. He could not help but ask. After leaving the black hole of the abyss, he could not receive any information from Yun Nuoxing's brain activity. Yun Nuoxing told him what he had just heard in a daze. After listening for a while, he said, "Maybe it's because the distance is too far. Time is in the void. But that's not right. You just saw the flow of time in the void. According to what you said, the time in your world and the void correspond to the sea of time. It should be 100 years. Could it be that something happened?" This. I also want to know. Yun Nuoxing shook his head violently. Anyway, I have to go back first. Judging from his voice, it seems that something big has happened. Then let's go. Ming nodded vigorously in response. He stretched out his arm and grabbed Yun Nuoxing's hand. Then he dragged Yun Nuoxing into the void amidst Yun Nuoxing's exclamation of surprise. The two people did not waste much time on the road. Well, that was what Yun Nuoxing wanted to say. He actually wanted to say that he could teleport back to the realm of the gods in a second and nothing would happen after that. However, Ming dragged him along the bottom of the void like an overly excited hothead. Along the way, they left a large crack across the entire plain. That was the trace of their journey. Yun Nuoxing thought about it carefully. His excitement was like a little kid who was less than 10 years old hearing an adult say that they were going to a faraway place to play the next day. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep that night. Usually, the result would be that the naughty kid couldn't get up the next day and would even go fishing crazily while others were playing. Oh, they weren't going to play, and they weren't overly excited either. Yun Nuoxing's heart was still heavy, but the one beside him was different. It was not easy for him to leave the dark and silent space where even birds wouldn't shit. When he felt the presence of a normal space of order, he felt that his soul was still in that place without running 2 steps. This was the reason why Yun Nuoxing carried a stupid angel to see Hui. He was so excited from running that he was half-dead tired by the time he reached the realm of the gods. He asked himself honestly if he didn't use any tricks and just relied on his own strength to cross half of the void, his situation might be worse. Anyway, when Hui saw this scene, his entire person collapsed, and he was stunned for a long time. The mountain of scrolls on the table responded to his emotional turmoil and floated all over the main hall. in the main hall of the Guardian Temple. Hui was originally sitting behind a table piled with countless scrolls and strange things, dealing with many troublesome matters. The expedition, 1,000 years ago, gave the Middle Realm life forms precious time to breathe. The battle lasted for 16.5 years in the void. Both sides were in a deadlock, and during this time there were even eternal level battles. One side was naturally the life forms of order, and the other side was still unknown. Up until now, nobody had heard of this power. Many people guessed that it was the people of the underworld who took action, but from the information brought back by those who survived the battle, the other side was not from the underworld. That's right, that battle was won by the Order faction, and the enemy was annihilated. At that level of battle, the outcome would usually be one side being annihilated, or both sides suffering great losses. The eternal level battles broke out dozens of times, and the Order faction won 70% of the battles, 20% were tied, and 10% were defeated. They lost a few heavenly gods of origin. The winning rate seemed high, but no one knew how much power the other side had, and where it came from. The 16.5 years of war passed very quickly. The abyssal death mist strangely stopped at the place where the battle stopped. It did not move forward, nor did it retreat. The Order faction built a defense that encompassed the entire Middle Realm and the Upper Realm. Now, the Upper Realm had fully joined the Order faction's defense. This was the best result that could be derived from the charge led by the Realm of the Gods and the other 3 realms. Then, 1,000 years later, the abyssal death mist was still entrenched in the Middle Realm and had been in a standoff with the Order faction for a whole 1,000 years. There was no dark army, no abyssal death mist spawn. They were fixed there as if dead, although it was not something with a specific concept of life in the first place. In any case, in the past 1,000 years, no one had mentioned anything about attacking. They had just been accumulating power and defending. The seal between the Middle Realm and the Upper Realm had been weakened by the eternal level life forms. Now, travel between the Middle Realm and the Upper Realm was very smooth. The people of the Middle Realm no longer had to spend a lot of effort to go to the Upper Realm. The entire Order faction was basically led by the Realm of the Gods and the other 3 realms. Those worlds that had not been observed and discovered were probably still in deep trouble. The abyssal death mist was stationed here, so it must be doing something in other places. Hui deeply believed this, but they could not help. Obviously, they could not find those worlds that they did not know existed or did not exist. Who knew how to rescue them? In short, although it had been peaceful for 1,000 years, the potential danger was definitely still there. There must be a lot of things that could be done. In the past 1,000 years, the Order faction had not been idle. Both sides were accumulating power, waiting for the inevitable battle that would happen in the future, preparing for that day. The conclusion was that the void was very busy at the moment. The 3 realms, as the center of the faction, were naturally even busier. Every day, life forms from the inner and outer realms came and went. Therefore, Hui was very busy now because there were many things to do. The problem was that he had never done such things as a guardian. In the past, it was basically done by the observer, scrolls piled up like a mountain. Anyway, it was very busy. It was this scene. When Yun Nuoshing came in, he saw this scene. When Hui saw him, especially when he saw him running in with an angel on his back, he was instantly scared silly. Scrolls flew all over the sky. Well, I'm back. Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. Chapter 1205. In the Temple of the Guardians, the old yellowed scroll and the new white scroll fell like snow, shrouding Yun Nuoshing and Hui. Well, Ming was still hanging on Yun Nuoshing's back, panting. He was used to such a scene. Well, if it was really Ming, he would be more used to it. After all, the one hanging behind him was just a shadow. He hadn't opened his mouth to explain, but this scene in Huey's eyes was no longer just a question of who was behind his back. In any case, he was completely stunned. His face had the grief of seeing his best friend stuck together with a strange girl. No, it was gratification. So gratification that he suppressed the indignation of the past 1,000 years. He walked around the table to Yun Nuoxing and reached out to pat his shoulder meaningfully. "Phone, congratulations. I thought you ran to some corner and had nothing to do for the past 1,000 years. I didn't expect you to actually go to find a wife." Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. "I'm sorry to have made you look forward to it in vain. This guy is not my wife, and he's not a human." "Huh." Hui was stunned. Yun Nuoxing took the opportunity to throw him face down on the sofa and said, "Don't worry about him. Let's talk about what happened over the past few years." Yun Nuoxing slowly told him about his trip to the abyss black hole. When he was talking, he secretly glanced at Huey's expression. He thought he would be angry or something, but he just listened carefully. He also heard some doubts from Yun Nuoxing's words. He couldn't help but frown. He's a strange life." Hui glanced at Ming, who was lying on the sofa and swinging his arms in the air. Strictly speaking, the latter was not a living being. He was just a special kind of projection. However, they had long been used to counting things that could move, talk, and think as living beings. At most, they would count it as a special or strange life form, but it was still a life. We couldn't help but sigh. He looked at Yun Nuoxing meaningfully and said, "Leisurely, when are you going to find a wife?" Yun Nuoxing, "Shut up." When he heard that 1,000 years had passed in just 1 or 2 hours, Huido felt his heart tremble violently. He couldn't help but look at Yun Nuoxing suspiciously. "You don't have to look at me like that. Even I find it unbelievable." Yun Nuoxing shrugged. Logically speaking, it wasn't that strange to be affected by an abnormal flow of time. The void was so vast, so there were bound to be 1 or 2 places where the flow of time was abnormal. There were also other worlds in the timeline. It was precisely because the flow of time was different that another world was created. However, it was rare for an abnormality to be able to affect the heavenly origin God on such a large scale. Clearly, the laws and concepts of the black hole and the abyss were much greater than the two of them. It was so great that it could affect Yun Nuoxing, enough to affect gods at peak reciprocity, which was why there was a difference of 1,000 years. It was possible to imagine just how slow the flow of time in the black hole was. Other than that, there's nothing else. Oh, there's one more thing. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. Just as he was about to change the topic, he remembered that there was another matter that was neither too big nor too small, but it was also very dangerous. He quickly took out the red crystal and said, "Guess what this is?" Huido's eyes became unusually serious. Before Yun Nuoxing took out the crystal, he could already feel an abnormal flow of energy that could not be concealed. When he moved, this abnormality became even more obvious. At this moment, it had reached its peak. It was as if he was taking out an entire distorted world from his storage item. The power was so great and special that it made the sacred light emitted by the guardian temple dim a little. The light is disappearing. Huido did not notice what Yun Nuoxing was slowly taking out. The first thing he saw was the dim light of his temple, as if the sacred light had met an even more sacred light. There was an even more powerful sacred light that could overturn everything. No, this aura did not represent light or hope. This aura was violent, crazy, murderous. It was all murderous. It carried with it an unstoppable aura of destruction. In front of this aura, Huido was as weak as a newborn baby. Fortunately, this energy did not have any destructive tendencies. Otherwise, the realm of the gods might have already fallen into chaos. There were many who could sense this energy, and even more who could sense its danger. A huge golden energy barrier began to climb from the edge of the Guardian Temple to the sky. The barrier was like a transparent egg membrane. The bottom of the barrier flickered with golden flames, but the higher it went, the dimmer it became. Gradually, it became colorless and transparent and melted in the sky. The remaining part of the barrier that contained golden flames looked like a golden flame burning not far away. Guido blocked the Guardian Temple from the outside world. He looked at the red crystal floating in Yun Nuoxing's hand. It was an elongated rhombus, releasing a dark red light. It shone on Yun Nuoxing's unusually serious face, revealing a sense of eeriness and strangeness. The light made people not dare to look directly at it. Guido carefully moved over and took the crystal in Yun Nuoxing's hand. He stared at it and muttered to himself for a long time. Then he stretched out a finger and let a bit of light swirl around it. He pulled it out. The light instantly turned into a red crystal bead. It fell to the ground and made a crisp sound like a marble. It even bounced up. Yun Nuoxing's heart almost jumped out of her chest when she saw his actions. Heavens! Do you know what would happen if that bit of energy you pulled out exploded? Oh. Guido bent down and picked up the red bead. He grinned and laughed heartlessly. Probably half of the realm of the gods would explode. Why did you do it if you knew? Yun Nuoxing's face twitched violently. You know about this? I don't. But you can say that I know. This is the first time I've seen something like this. I thought that this should only exist in myths. Oh, it should only exist in myths. It shouldn't appear in this place. It shouldn't appear in this world. Guido let out a long sigh. Not only did he not feel any surprise when he saw this thing, he also did not feel any joy from the energy inside it. He only felt an extreme headache, an abnormal headache. Furthermore, looking at Yun Nuoxing's extremely serious expression, which was different from usual, he knew that this old friend of his was probably in a difficult position. This thing, if left alone, would be lost. These things should have disappeared along with that era. Leaving them in this world would be a disaster. The scope of the disaster would expand infinitely depending on the life force it contained, the endless power of destruction, as if it could destroy the entire void and the entire Deyuan realm. This energy can easily tear apart order. Guido muttered to himself. His frown deepened. This is the power left behind by the heavenly god of destruction. As expected, you know about it. Yun Nuoxing grinned and shook his head. I don't know. It's hard to say. If I'm not wrong, this should have been dug out from the heavenly god scepter of that supreme heavenly god. So this is the core of the heavenly god scepter. Guido was even more shocked. He did not ask where Yun Nuoxing had gotten it. After all, he had been in the black hole for the past 2 hours, so it could only have been taken from there. What a headache. For this thing to appear in such a place, it's not safe to put it anywhere. If possible, it's better to throw it away. Forget it. It feels even more unsafe to throw it away. The energy inside is all in an open state. In other words, anyone can use the energy inside. Putting the price aside, just a trace of this thing's energy is enough to completely destroy a large area. Activating just a little bit might cause the collapse of the realm of the gods. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. When I brought this thing back to the realm of the gods, I could sense countless abnormal situations from the realm of the gods, a huge energy storm. And the center of it is where we are now. To be more specific, it's the one in your hand. It seems that even if it's a part of one of its own creators, it can still sense danger. Guido joked and carefully put the red crystal back in Yun Nuoxing's hand. Looking at the crystal, he asked, "What do you plan to do with it? What do you think of using it?" Yun Nuoxing said with a faint smile, 1,000 years have passed. We have been running along the void, but we can still feel the disgusting energy in the middle plane. The abyss death. Mist must have not been completely cleared out. Why don't we— Don't. You are holding the fate of the entire void in your hands. Guido was so shocked that he jumped up anxiously. Yun Nuashing shrugged and showed a relaxed expression. Guido knew that he was joking. He immediately let out a sigh of relief. If you want to joke, don't joke about the entire 8 elements realm. Let's not talk about that. What are your real thoughts? Yun Nuashing was silent for a while. The crystal in his hand was spinning. Every time it completed a circle, a little bit of energy light would be emitted from it. He thought for a while and suddenly said, "Do you know what happened in that era? Do you know what happened at the end of that era?" "I know a little." Guido's expression trembled slightly. He nodded and pointed his hand to the sky. At the bottom of the concept layer of the laws of the realm of the gods, the position closest to the void, it retains the information of the entire world. That is, all the information of the realm of the gods from the moment it was created until now. But the storm of annihilation 11 years ago had washed away a lot of information. Many things were assimilated and destroyed by the void. What is left is just a little corner. In the entire history, it is just a small matter. As he spoke, his expression changed slightly. He pointed at his chin and said slowly while thinking, "But speaking of which, there seems to be some information recorded." "Say it clearly." Yun Nuashing patted him on the back. Guido scratched his head. "It happened many years ago, about 7 eras ago. I went to the place I told you about just now, the bottom of the concept layer of the laws of the realm of the gods. I extracted information about the past of the realm of the gods. You know, we have the right to do that." Yun Nuashing nodded and gestured for him to continue. Guido thought for a while and did not rush to speak. He waved at Yun Nuashing and walked into the temple. "Come, let me show you something. 7 eras ago, I saw some things of the past there. I could not judge everything at that time because I had not reached this level. Even the guardians could only see a little bit of it. I did not stay there for long. I only left a part of my consciousness and let it replace me to extract information from the bottom of the realm of the gods. Until 2 eras ago, I got all the useful and valuable information. If any historian or heavenly god who wanted to take a look at that era found out about it. But because our consciousness is connected, I already knew about it in advance. I just did not do anything about it. Feng, you don't look like someone who is interested in these things. So why did you suddenly? Didn't you just ask me how to deal with this thing?" Yun Nuashing raised the crystal floating in her palm and stuck out her tongue. "I've already thought of a way, but I need some things. Originally, this thing was obtained by Yun Nuashing in the Divine Prefecture in the underground ruins. He still remembered the ruins, the dark and cold corridor that seemed to lead to the netherworld, and the murals on both sides of the road leading to the netherworld. If he remembered correctly, he also saw some fragments of that heavenly god in this crystal. That's right. There was also her diary. He had not found it yet and did not know if he would see it at a specific time. But for now, he just thought of a good way. He could not throw it away or place it randomly, so he would find a well-arranged place to put it. Anyway, although the power of the heavenly god of destruction was very tempting, they would not do anything to it on a whim. If they did that, the first to die would be the person who activated the core of the scepter, and then it would be used to deal with the thing. He intended to hide it just like the ruins and labyrinth Yun Nuashing saw that day. Yes, it was a distant thing that he had left for himself. As for why he did not directly carry it with him, it was true that he could hide it with him. However, he had obtained it in the ruins, which meant that for some reason, Feng Ling must have deliberately buried it there instead of carrying it with him. This answer was the same as the diary. Anyway, according to the correct history, the diary appeared in that place. No matter why, it happened anyway. Now, he was just copying what he might have done and then passing it to himself. We brought him to a side hall of the temple. Yun Nuoshing thought that the guardian temple would also have some basement, and that he might go to those places this time, but he did not expect the former to bring him here. It was a very open room, with an aura of history. Something had been brewing here for a long time. The aura of time was abnormally strong. It was an aura of time that far exceeded the 11 epochs. Here, there were some things that existed here that might have carried time and represented time that had already exceeded the time that this era had passed. Sure enough, it's these. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched fiercely. He followed Hui into the room and saw huge stone slabs that were 10 meters wide. They were ordinary stone slabs that were a mix of black and gray, and each of them was 10 meters wide. There was nothing to say about this. They were all floating in midair, supported by a mysterious force, and did not fall. This was not the main point. The main point was the things on the stone slabs. There were murals on the huge floating island, 2 temples facing each other, a monstrous war that spread throughout the entire divine realm, and the flames of war that spread throughout the entire void. It seemed to have happened at the end of the previous era, but no one knew what had happened, and no one could pry into it. Those who knew would only know that the great deities of origin had all fallen in that war. No one dared to explore the reason, and no one dared to explore anything. The beings in the divine realm did not dare to, and neither did Yun Nuoshing and the others. What had happened to the origin was never as important as the result, the fall of the first deities, and at that moment, the fall of that glorious era had also fallen. The war at the end of the mythological era. Yun Nuoshing murmured softly. At the very least, this was the information that he had told himself. The information contained in the stone slabs was all the information that he had seen in those ruins. It was completely the same. The mythological era. He heard his words and muttered to himself. He only felt a little shocked, not because of the name, but because of the things that this name represented. Not a bad name. The era that passed along with the great deities of origin. The era where one could feel the prosperity and glory of the entire void from just a few words. Indeed, it is the mythological era. It was only now that Yun Nuoshing realized that until now, no one had given that era a name. They had only referred to it as the previous era, that era, or the first era. And now it was the second era. Here, these are the ones. Hui waved his hand and pointed at the stone slabs and murals that were floating 1 meter off the ground. The only remaining information that can still be extracted from that bottom layer is about that part of the information left behind from the mythological era. I had used many methods to write it down on paper, record it in crystal balls, record it in soul crystals or somewhere else, but it was useless. Those carriers could not bear that level of truth. Just writing it down, just a touch of meaning, had an infinite amount of power that could not be borne. In the end, I found a rather special material. It was not very special, but it could record these things anyway, and then I recorded it down. By the way, those actions were all done by a part of my consciousness. Hui scratched his head and looked at Yun Nuoshing. I thought you were not interested in these things, so I was too lazy to tell you. I didn't before. Yun Nuoshing nodded. He was referring to Feng Ling, but it was different now. Now I do. But no matter what, Feng Ling would eventually come into contact with these murals because those ruins, the core of the heavenly god of destruction's heavenly god scepter, countless murals and the puzzle pieces of history had been put together. These things were what he had left for himself. Regardless of the reason, he did not bring them with him. Anyway, that was the result. Hui made a sound of contemplation. He nodded and looked at Yun Nuoshing. What do you plan to do? It's not good to bring it with me, and it's not good to just throw it out. Then I'll find a place to bury it. Yun Nuoshing smiled and said, I'll bury this thing deep under the ground of the realm of the gods. I'll leave behind many backup plans. If there is still a future to speak of, I, or you, no matter which side it is, will come into contact with these things. In the end, we will take away this treasure that carries countless precious meanings. Yun Nuoshing was stunned after he finished speaking. What he said, Hui also felt uncomfortable listening to him, but he still understood what he meant. Oh, you're talking about reincarnation, right? Indeed, we might not be able to survive this disaster. You're actually right, although pessimistic and a little regretful, it's not completely wrong to think this way. If we die in battle and leave these things behind, we'll take them back in the future. It was not a far-fetched reason. In any case, the two of them were looking at this disaster with the determination to die. For this reason, it was not surprising that they would leave behind backup plans. From the mythological era to this era, 80% of the entire era had disappeared. Only scattered traces of its existence were left behind, some weak records, some ruins left behind, and some aura of that era. It was conceivable that after a few years, their era would also disappear with the passage of time. It was not wrong to leave behind some historical information in advance. Yun Nuoshing nodded. The future. Together, the two of them packed up the many stone slabs in this big room and took them away. After a few casual words, the two of them planned to find a place to dig a hole and bury them. Hui put away the barrier that separated the temple from the outside world. When he was about to leave, he was stunned. Wait a minute. Can't we just bring these things with us? Your pendant and mine. Oh. Sorry, I'm a little absent-minded. This is the first time I've seen these things, so I'm a little dizzy. Yes, we still need to find a place to store these things. Yun Nuoshing looked at him, talking to himself, as if he was having a stroke. She tilted her head. Some things that are too special cannot be brought into the reincarnation road. Hui said softly. He looked at her. Unless we hide them at the bottom of the soul and seal them, only then can they accompany us through the reincarnation road to the next life. After all, with our current nomological nature and conceptual nature, we can already force the reincarnation road to explode. It's still fine if it's just a wisp of soul, but bringing along the body is already the limit that the reincarnation road can bear. If we also bring along things that we can't hide at the bottom of the soul, the reincarnation road won't be able to bear it. Yun Nuoshing suddenly understood. Oh, right. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. The two of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It wasn't fun to be blown out of the reincarnation road. Moreover, the situation was different depending on the location of the reincarnation road. Of the 3 sections of the reincarnation road, being blown out from each section would have different effects. For example, Yun Nuoshing jumped out at the end of the reincarnation road. As a result, she lost her memory and completely forgot about the Dark Age. Therefore, it was better to obediently hide the dangerous items that couldn't be brought in. After all, they didn't dare to hide the energy of the heavenly god of destruction at the bottom of the soul. No matter how much they wanted to live, they wouldn't court death that way. Chapter 12:06. The Realm of the Gods, the Divine Prefecture. To be precise, it was the border between the western regions and the northern wilderness. The size of the Divine Prefecture had never been reduced from the beginning to the end. Whether it was now or in the future, there was no change. Therefore, the Divine Prefecture now was much smaller than the 4 major regions, such as the Taiyuan domain. However, this did not prevent it from becoming the center of the realm of the gods. The divine prefecture had not been sealed off yet. From this position, he could not see the layer of dark barrier between heaven and earth. However, Yun Nuoshing knew that sooner or later he would make a mess of it again and create all kinds of strange things. Now that he thought about it carefully, he realized that he had left many traces of himself in the god realm. The oldest history could be traced all the way back to the Dark Age, and the most recent one was from the 139th era. There were still a few holes left behind in the god realm. Looking back, the barrier between the immemorial era and the small divine land was truly a mess. Sometimes he would think that the Dark Ages should be the era when he met Xianyin. She had unintentionally revealed that no one in the world did not know him. Perhaps she was referring to the identity of the observer. No one in the realm of the gods knew him, but they knew the observer. Just like how he did not hide his identity from Xian and the others, he would not hide anything from Xianyin now. If so, when he would meet Xianyin should be a foregone conclusion. Even if it was not, it should be easy to meet her. After all, from the beginning of his dream until now, he thought that he would change something by bringing back many memories. However, the reality told him time and time again that what was happening now was what Fengling had experienced. No matter what he did, it was all a replay. He was too lazy to deliberately change anything. After all, he did not know what had happened. The future, he would wait for the future to play out slowly. And if he did not meet her in this era, in fact, he did not know how long this dream would last. It was too real, so real that he almost made a wrong judgment. If he did not meet Xianyin, then it would be a little scary. The mythological era. How could he trace back to the origin? Feng, I'm just digging a hole, and you're still in a daze. Hui patted him on the shoulder and pointed to the side. Look, it's done over there. Hang up the mural. This was the underground of the border between the northern wilderness and the western regions. Yun Nuoshing and Hui dug a hole at a random place. It was very random, at least Hui thought so. However, he did not know that this place was originally determined by Yun Nuoshing according to the location in her memory. Even though she knew that this would not change the future, she still did it. There was no other reason other than her obsessive-compulsive disorder. At this moment, in the long corridor of the deep underground cave, there were blue-green flames burning on both sides of the corridor, slightly illuminating the cave. Hanging on both sides of the corridor were murals with only simple lines depicting a not simple matter. Yun Nuoshing already knew about that matter. Even though he knew about it, he still couldn't help but take a few more glances at it at this moment. Seeing these murals for the first time, he could feel the wonderful feeling in these murals, but he couldn't completely analyze it. Even at this moment, right at this moment, he could see it more blurry. That strange feeling disappeared, and it was replaced by a more complicated and profound feeling. Well, who cares? Anyway, it was a record of the battle where the first generation of great celestial gods died. She seemed to have seen it with her own eyes. However, she saw it from afar. From the memory of the young man in the eye of the ocean, he saw the explosion of energy that destroyed the entire void. It was not the power of the great samsara. It was purely caused by the explosion of power of the first generation of great celestial gods. Feng, don't be in a daze. Hurry up and hang up the mural. Hui shook his shoulder again and said in a bad mood, 1,000 years have passed, and you're still in a daze like this. Firstly, you've said this countless times. Secondly, to me, only a few hours have passed. Yun Nuoshing interrupted his own thoughts. He rolled his eyes and said, thirdly, I'm obviously thinking about something. Oh, that's right. Hui revealed an expression of realization. You're thinking about the origin heavenly gods. Amen. Yun Nuoshing nodded. He could not help but ask that question. Hui, have you ever thought about how the origin heavenly gods and the others, I don't know and I don't want to know? Hui shook his head vigorously. Don't copy me. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. This was an extremely taboo question. It was an unsolvable question. No one knew the specific things that happened at that time. They only knew the result. The result was presented in front of them, and they could all understand it. Yun Nuoshing also believed that Hui definitely had doubts in his heart. It was just that he did not dare to delve into it. In this era, there were definitely still a large number of people who remembered the origin heavenly gods. However, no one dared to delve into it. It was a simple and easy-to-understand reason. A ruthless person who could kill the origin heavenly gods. Was it something that ordinary people like them could delve into? The two of them looked at each other. Hui Chao and Yun Nuoshing shook their heads and said, "Don't delve into it." Yun Nuoshing understood and turned his head away without commenting. He wanted to know. He wanted to understand the mythological era. To him, the era that had completely disappeared, it had never been so close. There were still traces of that era in this world. He would definitely be able to find something. If he wanted to look for it, he would definitely be able to. He waved his hand and pressed the floating mural into the stone wall in front of him. The surrounding rocks automatically collapsed, allowing the mural to be embedded into the wall. Hui nodded and took the lead to walk inside. Yun Nuoshing stayed in the same place for a while. He took a few more glances at the mural before turning around and walking inside together. The current him could not touch those things yet. Just like the origin of the barrier in the small divine land that was a taboo, the mythological era was also a legendary era. It was also an era that was a taboo. If he could avoid mentioning it, it was best not to mention it. What are you guys doing? Why did you come to this gloomy and dark place again? A faint golden light descended beside him. Yun Nuoshing had just turned around when he felt a faint weight on his shoulder. Then a pair of arms wrapped around his neck. The action was so familiar that for a moment he really felt that the little angel had descended. "We're hiding treasures. What are you doing here?" Yun Nuoshing asked casually. "I was bored and had nothing to do. When I woke up, I realized that you guys were not in that big house anymore. So I had to sneak out to look for you to see if there was anything fun." Ming giggled foolishly, the pair of white wings on his back flapping gently. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. How much of his memory did this guy get? He even knew that Ming would unconsciously flap his wings when he was happy. What's wrong? I saw that she... Your sister often does this. Is there anything wrong? Nonsense. It's very inappropriate from the beginning to the end. Okay. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. Hui, who was walking 5 or 6 meters ahead, turned around when he heard the sound. When he saw Yun Nuoshing's posture and the intimate way they were whispering into each other's ears, his face suddenly became extremely bright. He threw a "who are you trying to fool" message at Yun Nuoshing's face. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. He had nothing to explain, and there was nothing to say. Anyway, things had already turned out this way. The more he explained, the more complicated it would be. He might even talk nonsense about the future. We would probably think that he was crazy. Yun Nuoshing glanced at the inexplicably happy Ming. After thinking about it, he was too lazy to care about anything. He just walked forward with Ming on his back. When he walked to Huey's side, he saw that he still had an ambiguous expression on his face. He rolled his eyes at him and said, "You have a wretched smile on your face. Let's go. After all, it's a happy occasion." Hui grinned and laughed wildly. "Have you thought about—" "Shut up. Oh, Yin Nuoshing tried his best to create the ghost road that seemed to lead to the underworld according to the details in his memory. The dark ground, the sharp spikes on both sides of the long bridge, and the platform that was left halfway through the road. The diary of the heavenly god should have been placed here, but he didn't have it, so he had to skip it. However, he still left the platform according to his memory. He scratched his head in puzzlement and pointed to the platform that he had spent a lot of effort to create. "What's this for?" Yun Nuoshing thought for a while and said, "To look good." Hui had a "who are you trying to fool" look on his face. However, he just smiled and didn't delve into it. Sometimes he would delve into Yun Nuoshing's actions, and sometimes he wouldn't. He knew that this old man's foresight was a little shocking, just like this time's actions. No one would have thought of these things before the terrible war broke out. Well, in fact, if he hadn't accidentally stumbled upon the core of the divine power scepter of the heavenly god of destruction, he probably wouldn't have bothered with this matter at all. However, since he had stumbled upon it, there was nothing he could do. After Yun Nuoshing put the red crystal away, the two of them took a few steps back. Hui put his palms together in front of the crystal as if he was praying for something. After a while, he whispered softly, "May the myriad gods protect the divine realm." Yun Nuoshing glanced at him and then looked back at the crystal. However, his eyelids drooped slightly. "The myriad gods won't protect the divine realm. No one will. We are the sword and shield at the forefront at this moment. Beyond us are the countless lives that belong to the world of order." "Ah, you're including yourself?" Yun Nuoshing tilted his head. "It's impossible not to include yourself." "To hell with the myriad gods." Yun Nuoshing cursed in a low voice. We couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard it. They were the two people at the top who couldn't rely on anyone else. So, if something happened that they couldn't handle, what should they pray for? What else could they pray for? For the next period of time, Hui was still busy with the mountainous pile of things in the temple. The observer, who loved to slack off, was very enthusiastic to help him recruit more work. After that, he left it unsettled and brought his sister to have fun in the world, even though the observer used a desperate posture to tell him that the angel girl had nothing to do with him. Hee, who would believe that? Who would believe that? Men are all pigs. Hui buried his face on the table. He felt so tired that his soul was about to be squeezed dry. After a few intense thoughts, he slammed the table and stood up. He swept the many scrolls on the table and then ran away. "I'm done. I'm done. Is this something a human should do? Is this something a guardian should do? I'm going to the middle realm to fight." Leaving behind a string of ghostly cries and howls, he disappeared from the empty hall and ran to support the front line. Although the front line was too peaceful now, there was no conflict at all. It was as if the beings of order and the abyssal death mist had reached some kind of agreement without anyone knowing. No one attacked. It was such silence that made people uneasy. No one knew what the abyssal death mist was doing in the depths of the void. Only the gods above the level of heavenly gods could investigate. For a matter of this scale, even the heavenly gods could only be reduced to scouts. And the results would soon be sent back. When the Empyrean god of origin and multiple Empyrean gods went deep into the void to investigate something, they could only find countless traces of the destruction of worlds. The echoes left behind by the destruction of worlds reverberated in their ears like a cacophony of noise. That cacophony was mixed with the resentment of countless lives, and even the Empyrean gods found it difficult to bear. After bringing the news back, the scouting team collectively shut themselves off. Well, collectively shut down. Judging from the situation, their minds were mixed with too many strange voices. A few of them would need a long period of meditation to recover, but before that, they had already reported the information. That was the information we received when he arrived. In fact, such a deep investigation was not the first or second time, but not every time would cause a huge ruckus. Therefore, although much of the information was valued, not all of it reached Huey's ears. Still, this time it was serious enough that it finally reached him. We've passed through the area occupied by the abyssal death mist. It's very far. We've lost our way and don't know where we've gone. We might have left the middle realm and gone deep into the lower realm, or we can't say. In that extremely desolate region of the void, we saw endless world remains. They were piled together like grains of sand piling up into a grand pyramid. The entire void was filled with the sound of chaotic energy and leaking order, as if those worlds and endless lives were roaring in rage. They were still very recent. The oldest worlds had been destroyed no more than 10 years ago. Furthermore, those remains were wrapped in more strange things, like the abyssal death mist spawn. However, we couldn't make a clear judgment because there was no specific presence of the spawn. We could not help frowning after listening to the crystal report left behind by the autistic team members. He nodded at the other Empyrean gods who had hurried over and gestured for them to sit down. "What's the situation on your side?" Huey's brow furrowed tightly. Signs of a large number of worlds being destroyed. I just glanced into the depths of the void and saw through the abyssal death mist, but it's already a little strenuous. I could still easily penetrate it before, but now it seems that it's still growing stronger and could slightly obstruct the Empyrean god of Origin's power. That's not good news, both of them. It might not be the abyssal death mist, but if that's the case, it could only be something more troublesome. One of the Empyrean gods of Origin said softly, "It's been 160 years since the outbreak of that battle, and we've lost 20 Empyrean gods of Origin. Now, it's been so long since the period of calm, but we don't even know how powerful our opponents are or who they are. I suspect that it's really people from the underworld. There shouldn't be any other hidden forces in this world apart from them. Lord Guardian, the new people we've sent have returned with news. They've arrived at the same state as the previous team. According to some patterns, they should still be in the middle plane, but they're already in the territory of the other side. They've gone prepared this time and withstood the noises of world destruction, and they've discovered many inconceivable phenomena." One of the Empyrean gods of Origin said softly, "Those world fragments and remains have all melted into a molten state, and they're fusing from their fragmented state. Many of the world's laws have completely disappeared, and some of them can't be seen. We can only speculate that they've self-disintegrated from within, and now their remnants and energies are fusing into one like a giant, ugly heart. The other side." We stared blankly. What about the people guarding the other side of the middle plane? That everything's fine over there, and they've sent us news as well. But according to them, even though that place is very close to them, they didn't feel any impact of world destruction at all. We frowned. A large number of barren areas had appeared at the border between the middle plane and the lower plane. Moreover, there were countless world light orbs that had been destroyed. Then, another strange change was discovered. That strange description he could fill in a state in his mind, but he could not imagine what it was like just by imagining it. He clenched his hands together and frowned. He was deep in thought, but reality clearly didn't give him much time to think about anything. Soon, he heard new news, and just as he turned to look at one of the Empyrean gods of Origin, the latter hurriedly said, "Lord Guardian, we've observed a powerful divine storm in the lower plane, and the scale of its energy perhaps is it even more powerful than the Empyrean gods of Origin?" We replied without thinking. That person muttered to himself for a moment and nodded heavily, and everyone in the hall fell silent at once. He rolled his eyes. It seemed that even if he didn't sneak here from the Guardian Temple, someone would have invited him here sooner or later. Things seemed to be getting worse, and to be honest, he quite agreed with that person's words. In the void, who else could create such a storm apart from the underworld? We're still sending out exploration teams to various locations in the void, and only the first batch has returned. However, most of the reports are similar. A large number of worlds have been destroyed, and they've appeared in the lower planes that have been confirmed to have been destroyed long ago. One of the heavenly gods of origin pondered for a long time. Lord Hui, what should we do? What can we do? Hui smiled bitterly and threw the crystal ball that he had just received onto the table. The crystal ball rolled across the long table and made a heavy rolling sound. He covered his face and said in a low voice, "Information. We need more information, but we can't do anything. It's very frustrating. We need to defend. No, we need to attack, but there is no target to attack. Attacking the wall of death fog in front of us directly is a good idea. 1,000 years of peace. You're asking me what to do." Hui tugged at his hair. "How would I know what to do?" The hall fell silent. Hui looked at everyone's pale faces and could not help but sigh heavily. He stood up from his seat and looked at the void outside the hall. He was silent, and his face was a little stiff. "Foam, where did you go again?" Now that the situation had become unstable again, he needed his help, but God knew that the irresponsible observer would take his sister to travel the world after saying, "It's impossible not to count it in." Achoo! At the edge of the void far away in the lower plane, Yin Nuoshing suddenly sneezed, and the fragile void here trembled. Bing Air beside her suddenly said, "What's wrong? Is someone missing you?" Yin Nuoshing rolled her eyes and rubbed her nose. "I think Hui is scolding me." Bing Air giggled. "You guys are so strange. You guys give some meaning to the natural reactions of the body, as if there's really some meaning to it. But Hui must have scolded me just now." Yin Nuoshing smiled, helplessly. "You see, we found these here. Their actions may be slower than ours, but not by much. When they find out, they will fall into a temporary panic. In the end, Hui, who is the core of many connections, will definitely be involved. Maybe he has already been cleared out of the Guardian Temple." Yin Nuoshing looked at the void in front of her. A huge, strange thing, like a sea urchin, like a combination of an inverted pyramid and a cube, was constantly moving in the void. The transparent edge structure was like layers of egg membrane. This was one of the countless strange things they found in the depths of the void. Chapter 1207. Many bizarre changes had occurred in the void, man-made changes. That may be a little too decisive, since Yin Nuoshing simply did not know if she could be considered human. A year had passed since he last returned to the realm of gods, bringing his angel girl around the realm of gods, wandering around the void. It sounded wonderful, but it was actually just her following him around. He was investigating what had happened in the 1,000 years he lost in the void, including the war in the Middle Plains, the eruption of interclass battles, as well as the mutated world lights that filled the void. It was like a huge melted object piled up from several hundred worlds, a distorted object piled up from hundreds of worlds. There was no need to think to know that there was no way anything could survive such a situation. That was not quite right. After all, there were also abyssal death mist spawns, and there were definitely many of them, and their power should not be weak. The void was riddled with holes, with laws and order all crumbling bit by bit, vanishing bit by bit like quicksand. If Yin Nuoshing had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have known that the void and order could be distorted to such a degree. Frido twist? No, those were all light. The rules and order of this world were two things that did not interfere with each other. At this moment, they ignored all factors. The two parallel lines were forcefully twisted into a ball of twine. In the end, one line was even connected to the broken part of the other line. It was a very vivid way of putting it, but for the sea of laws, it was actually the things contained in each other being mixed into a pot of porridge in an unseen place. This was only a miniature version. This unknown object that was completely distorted by the world's light did not only exist in front of him. Yun Nuo had traveled through a large area of the void and discovered many, many strange creations that were distorted by the world's light. The distorted creations were also strange bodies that had transcended the restraints of the rules. The aesthetics of the creators are really worrying. Bing stretched out her hand and pointed at the distorted creation in front of her that consumed countless light orbs to be born. She said something that Yun Nuoshing agreed with. "This shape looks like shit." Yun Nuoshing glanced at it, and his cheeks twitched slightly. This guy didn't avoid anything when it talked about its creator, as if its creator was just a concept within a concept, and its evaluation of them was neither good nor bad. It was like this for a while, but now he was somewhat relieved to see that it had a negative impression of the underworld people, although that was because the latter's art design wasn't up to standard. Well, Yun Nuoshing felt that he had to ask this guy to watch its words before he felt relieved. Otherwise, they would not be able to have dinner tonight. In just half an hour, the two of them had walked through a large area of the void and seen countless strange creations. It had described tea eggs stained with feces, bloody sea urchins, ice cream drenched in mud, rotten meat, and so on, which made Yun Nuoshing think, well, now that she thought about it again, she would not be able to have dinner tonight. Do they need to make all these weird things like this? They look like a failed product at first glance. Isn't it just a product of distorting order and forcibly accommodating laws? It's fine as long as it's this and that. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. Anyway, he did not understand what it meant by this and that. You can see what they are doing? Yun Nuoshing frowned and looked at it. These things are made up of countless worlds, distorting and integrating the laws and concepts of world lights. So far, we have not seen the birth of a normal thing. It's easy to see what they are finally born. It grinned, stretched out its slender arm, and pointed in front of it. A screen appeared in front of it, and what appeared on it was a pile of feces. Ahem, a strange distorted creation. Next, the strange thing in front of them changed rapidly under the acceleration of time. This was just part of the deduction. First of all, the distorted laws are filtered out. The suitable part will be left, and the useless part will be used as nutrients at the bottom of this strange thing. When the suitable part is selected, that part of the laws and the world structure where the laws are located will be separated from the world lights and fused into the black thing in the center. During this period, countless worlds will be consumed. Then, order will be separated, time will be extracted, and concepts will be fused. Yun Nuoshing's eyebrows twitched as he listened. He could understand it, but because he could, he felt awkward. Creating something in such a destructive way. Who the hell thought of it? If it continues to evolve, it will continue to evolve. It sped up the deduction. The unknown object in front of it had light spots moving rapidly. Those were the elements of the world being separated. The edges and corners of the world barrier, which was the result of the accumulation of countless world lights, were also fusing rapidly during this process. It slowly lost its boundary and finally fused into a huge membrane structure that enveloped the thing inside. In the end, if it continues to evolve like this, these thousands of world lights will completely fuse and then become one. Bing Air's deduction ended. A huge transparent membrane that was emitting white light appeared in front of Yun Nuoshing. In the middle of the membrane was a huge, bottomless black hole. Countless brilliant energies were erupting from it like a fountain. However, They were restrained by the black hole and could not escape. At a glance, one could also see that the space around the black hole was in an abnormal state of distortion. Abyss black hole. Yun Nuoxing's eyes trembled slightly. He tilted his head and looked at Bing Er, who was stunned for a moment, and said, "They are creating your cradle. Maybe they are nurturing something like you." Yun Nuoxing looked away. If that's the case, it's very likely that they don't know that their evolution has already reached a conclusion. "I know." It nodded, and its expression became a little strange. It couldn't help but mutter, "Doesn't that mean that I have many brothers and sisters? What should I say when I see them in the future?" Yun Nuoxing. "So, you were stunned for a long time because you were thinking about these things? What else can I be thinking about? Should I be like you, human children, and shout that I'm not their biological one and only one, and that I want?" Bing Er was stunned for a moment as it spoke. Yun Nuoxing was also stunned. The two of them looked at each other in a daze for a few seconds until the latter said something with goosebumps. "How can you—" Ever since he left the black hole of the abyss, he hadn't been on guard against it because it had proven that it couldn't hear what he was thinking when he came out. But why could it suddenly? He was absolutely sure that he didn't say what he was thinking just now. Bing Er was stunned for a moment. After a long time, it murmured, "It seems that it's because of the semi-finished product in front. The energy there radiates here. It's like a domain. It allows me to hear your voice again." Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but frown. A domain. These places, were they used to nurture something similar to it? Or were they used here for it to use? Something like a domain. How would I know? I can't possibly go and ask them. What if they really used the black hole of the abyss to nurture something? It would be worse if they knew. It whispered. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and thought, "Here we go again. This guy is using the convenience of the energy of this realm to casually eavesdrop on my thoughts. If this goes on, I feel that the closeness between me and this guy has expanded to an unimaginable level. Think about it. I have never been so close to anyone before. I can casually eavesdrop on my thoughts. Even Ziyi and Lon Xian, who are living in my soul, have never been so close to me. At most, I can just look at your memories. Well, that one was not that bad. Anyway, no matter what, they must be planning something." Bing Er rolled its eyes at him, hugged his head with both hands, and said, "I've seen a lot of such situations these days. Out of the restraint of the world's rules and the order of the void, the entire lower plane has been stirred up. It's almost impossible to wait for it to recover, unless the void annihilation in your memory occurs and the whole void is restored to its original state. Otherwise, well, let's not talk about you. Even I feel a little creeped out. No matter whatever the underworld wants to do, we just have to find a way to stop it. This will involve the entire 8 elements realm, the entire Deyuan realm." Well, before Yun Nuoxing could finish his words, he felt that he was pressed against the illusory body behind him. A pair of simulated dragon wings wrapped around him, and Bing Er covered his mouth. Some black aura surged around him, as if it was going to drag him into a swamp. Yun Nuoxing felt that his body was bound. If it weren't for the fact that it didn't have any evil intentions, Yun Nuoxing would have thought that it had worked hard for more than a year to kill him. After a slight shake, Yun Nuoxing came back to his senses. He immediately noticed that something was moving in the void. Something was about to appear here. Something was rapidly rising from the depths of the void. In the next second, a huge red portal opened in the void. It was very large, like a huge crack. The edge of the portal was very smooth, as if it had been specially treated to prevent anything from being damaged. Then there was the aura that leaked out from the other side of the portal. It was an aura that Yun Nuoshing had never felt or smelled before. It was a different rule, a different aura of a different world. It was very, very strange. In his memory, there was absolutely no karmic connection with the world behind the red portal. After the scarlet portal opened, it was quiet for 5 minutes. Cold sweat slid down Yun Nuoshing's face. He seemed to have guessed something. After waiting for a while, the portal opened wider. Then, something transparent slowly emerged. It was transparent, and it was emitting a transparent white light. The tip of the huge object was exposed, and he could see bits of starlight. It was a world light. Furthermore, it was a broken world light cluster. It did not show when it first appeared, but Yun Nuoshing noticed the starlight and part of the distortion phenomenon inside. That was a half-dissolved state after the world barrier was broken. That world light cluster had been half dissolved by the void that surged in. That world light cluster had been half dissolved. When the behemoth completely emerged from the red portal, its full appearance was revealed. It was a world of light that looked like a broken eggshell. One end of it was intact, while the other end was full of jagged cracks. Only 2/3 of it was left, and the other 1/3 was gone. Eggshell, it really does look like an eggshell. Bing Air's voice quietly entered his ears. Yun Nuoshing was too lazy to complain. He just rolled his eyes. The broken world light really did look like an eggshell. To be more specific, it looked like an egg. After the eggshell was broken, the white and egg white would be exposed, and then mixed into a ball. He felt a little hungry just thinking about it. After the shattered world of light came out, it continued to float forward. It slowly floated towards the half-fused object in front of them. The scarlet teleportation gate didn't disappear. Yun Nuoshing and the other people waited quietly for a while. Another world of light that was even larger floated out. It was also in a shattered state, but this time Yun Nuoshing's expression changed. That's an upper plane. He widened his eyes. He sensed a very, very familiar aura from the world light cluster that was lifted out. It belonged to the upper plane. If a destroyed world light cluster from the upper plane appeared in this place, wouldn't it mean that there was a loophole in the defense line between the middle plane and the upper plane? The people of the underworld had already attacked from a place where they could not see. Didn't you guys seal off the void of the middle plane and the upper plane? How could it be invaded? He was also a little dumbfounded. Yun Nuoshing's expression was a little gloomy. Sealing off the void is not a particularly easy thing. The void is endless. Going from the upper plane to the lower plane, or vice versa, is just a matter of thought. The body moving forward is just a process of moving forward. It's a concept. Moving in the void is very casual. It's even easier to go to the world light that you have been to and remember. As long as you remember the aura of that world, the rules of that world, the order of that world, and even the specific information of that world, you can quickly go to that world. The so-called sealing off of the void is just to seal off the remaining half of the upper plane and the middle plane. It doesn't allow any information or rules to spread out from this area. But there's a big premise. Everything that we seal is only the places and regions that we know. It's impossible for us to seal off a place that no one has ever set foot on before. A blind man with his eyes closed can't see the scene of a few hundred meters away. It's not felt, it's not known, so that world is not born. Bing, or said softly, "That's what you meant, isn't it? I don't necessarily know more about the void than you do. More or less. That's what I mean." Yun Nuoshing's face was gloomy. That is to say, there's definitely a loophole in such a seal. The upper plane, middle plane, and lower plane that we know are just the whole worlds that we know. In fact, the worlds that we haven't explored and discovered do exist. It's just that we can't affect them. The conceptual, large-scale, sealing off of the void can't work on them because they haven't been discovered and sensed by us. How big was the void? It was endless. What they knew, except for the center of the void, which was the important gathering point of the void. No one knew how big the void was because it was endless. With the expansion of exploration, the size of the upper plane could even be expanded to the size of the 8 elemental realms that they knew. Is this the reason why you left behind an order for everyone to explore the undiscovered worlds in the upper plane? Yun Nuoshing widened her eyes in surprise. She recalled the scene when she and Hui showed up at the front line of the battle in the middle plane a year ago and said this. At that time, no one understood the reason behind it. Even Hui didn't fully understand it. She never thought that there was such a relationship between them. Yun Nuoshing nodded. The worlds that we discovered would naturally be automatically surrounded by the sealing off of the void due to the concept, rules, and causality. In fact, this move had quite a lot of results. I'm sure that at least millions of worlds were protected. Even if they didn't know, they still carried it out seriously. The more worlds are discovered in these planes, the more worlds will be included in the sealing area. The underworld people can't, probably not directly pass through the sealing off of the void and enter the upper plane. Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment and said, in fact, you've only delayed the death of all the worlds of order. Yun Nuoshing just felt a little sense of accomplishment. At this moment, her words made him dispirited again. The corner of her eyes could not stop twitching. That sentence was unpleasant, but it was the truth. If the source of the disaster could not be stopped, the disaster would not end just like what was happening now. You're right, but there's no other way. And now, it seems that our results are actually not as great as we thought. You see, there are still worlds in the upper plane being lifted out. This is already the 26. There are many fragments mixed among them. I can tell that those are not fragments of the rules of the same world. Some of them are blurry and indistinguishable. So, the pile of world fragments that you saw just now that were lifted out might actually come from more than 40 worlds in the upper plane. Yun Nuoshing sighed heavily. Even if he knew that the upper plane might not be able to defeat the underworld, at least he once thought that they could resist a little. He did not expect that they would be destroyed so easily. Perhaps it was too easy. He did not know. He only hoped that it was his illusion. In fact, the underworld had spent a lot of effort and paid an innumerable price to destroy a world in the upper plane. It was a beautiful thought. If that was the case, he would personally organize a wave of attack and lead all the powerful beings in the upper plane into the abyssal death mist. Unfortunately, that was probably just an extravagant hope. How could he not know how powerful the worlds in the upper plane were? Although they were also very powerful, they were still not enough to fight against the underworld. They were far from enough. Bing Air had been silently counting how many world fragments were being lifted out. It had been 2 hours since the red portal appeared. The two of them had been hiding here for 2 hours. With the effect of the radiation of the half-completed domain before them, they were not discovered and would not be discovered by anyone unless a being at the peak of origin or even higher appeared in front of them. It would be impossible to discover them. 89. This was the data reported by Bing Air after 3 hours. 89 worlds in the upper plane had been destroyed. If other worlds were included, there would be a total of 266 world fragments. Some of them could not be identified. The data fluctuated around this number. However, it was meaningless even if they counted it clearly. This was just a corner of the void. They had discovered many such half-melted and distorted products along the way. Moreover, the degree of completion might not be as high as the one in front of them. They were all unfinished products. They had seen a lot of inferior products. If they were all waiting for new materials to be added, who knew how many worlds had been destroyed? Someone is coming out. Look over there. Bing air, exclaimed Xiao Xiao. Yun Nuoxing quickly focused. After the last world fragment appeared, the huge scarlet portal immediately began to shrink. In the end, it shrunk to the size of only a few meters. At the edge of the portal, a hand suddenly appeared. It slowly pulled a body up, as if it was pressing on the door frame to get out of the carriage. The person had not stood up yet. They could only see the hand. It was the same hand as a human's. It had 5 fingers and the same skin color. When the person's entire body appeared, Yun Nuoxing and Bing Air finally saw the person's appearance clearly. The two of them had different attitudes. One was sizing up the person as if she was looking at an enemy, while the other was looking at her own creator. However, both of them were equally calm. They seemed to treat the person as an ordinary person who had emerged from the portal. In the end, both of them saw the person walking out of the red portal. Human face, human body, and human limbs. There were no 3 heads and 6 arms. There were no strange organs. There were no strange limbs. People from the underworld, or rather, the ones who did these things were humans. At least, this was their appearance. Chapter 1208. This was Yun Nuoxing's first time seeing them. Perhaps it was the first time they had officially revealed their faces. In this desolate and uninhabited place, it was impossible for anyone to notice them and be on guard against them. In other words, what they revealed was their normal state, the appearance of a human, the face of a human. They did not have strange limbs like the abyssal death mist spawn, nor did they have any more strange things. He originally thought that those who could create something as strange as the abyssal death mist were probably a strange race, or perhaps they had a strange aesthetic. Now, it seemed that it was the latter. He just did not know how much heartache they had to go through to be able to create such a distorted product. There was no mistaking it. According to the current information, the ones who appeared here and did something to the dark fusion in front of him should be the underworld. They appeared here openly, completely unafraid of being detected or discovered by anything. Moreover, Yun Nuoxing could feel that they were a little nervous. They are controlling the new fragments of the world to fuse into the semi-fusion, but it seems that it is not going very smoothly. If they rashly throw in new raw materials, the laws that have already fused into a stable state will be disrupted again. They need to be careful and let the new fragments adapt and distort before they can throw them into the fusion. There are so many worlds. Who knows how many worlds have been destroyed here? What are they trying to do? Yun Nuoxing frowned as he watched the underworld people constantly distorting the laws of the world in front of him, constantly making it more and more deviant. Gradually, a black fog appeared in the shattered world. It was a little bit of fog, but it was very dazzling. In this void, a pure black spot appearing in the shattered world was very conspicuous. That black fog carried an unsettling distortion and destructive energy, and spread in all directions after it appeared. In just half an hour, it had occupied the entire world. Under the control of the abyssal death mist, the thousands of feet wide circular world with a gap in it began to shrink. It became smaller little by little, and finally became a round black ball with a diameter of less than 10 meters. It fused into the melted object in front of them and disappeared into it. The melted object did not react at all, and Yun Nuoxing was stunned. However, the underworld people did not seem to be surprised at all. They casually took the world in their hands and repeated the steps just now, distorting the world fragments. However, the distortion of the world fragments was completely out of their control. Well, Yun Nuoxing could not be sure if it was out of their control. They might be selecting the distortion products they needed, or that might be the effect of distortion. At least he knew two things. Firstly, the abyssal death mist was a terrifying product of the distortion world. Secondly, what was happening in this void? With such a degree of distortion, the void should have been destroyed by this infinite scar, but it actually managed to survive. It seems that they are distorting the rules and order, clearing out a large area of emptiness and emptiness. They might be trying to clear out the original space of rules in the world fragments, and then weave the rules they need from the empty space, and then embed them in. Something like that. Something like that. Bing Air shook her head slightly. Yun Nuoshing did not answer immediately. He observed the people who stayed behind and listened carefully for a long time. Suddenly, he said, "The product of the distortion world. If that was really the case, I might have blown it up, but I didn't, so I don't think it's—" Yun Nuoshing paused for a long time and suddenly said, "The distortion world, the product of the distortion. They turned all of it into a place like a cradle. It's just that some cradles are good and some cradles are bad. Some of the worlds did not have many products at all, and they were all swept away by them. Back then, that was something that was placed on their necks that could not go up or down. It's just a little strange. I thought that the people of the underworld were the kind of people who stood behind the scenes and commanded. In my impression, well, it's probably because I followed you these days that I felt that they should be able to do something to the void on the other side across the entire void, and not appear personally like this to deal with something." Bing Air said softly. Yun Nuoshing noticed the person who was dealing with the world fragments and said, "That's not entirely true. Maybe this is a little special. What they are fiddling with here is just a new experimental model or something like that." She looked at him in surprise. "Don't you think you're being a little pessimistic? Maybe the situation is not as bad as you think." Yun Nuoshing shook his head. "In the worst-case scenario, this void is already full of these things, but they are hidden in places that we don't know. The deep void, the shallow void, they are just placed in different places according to their characteristics. We know nothing about the enemy, the people of the underworld, and half about the abyssal death shroud. Naturally, we don't know what they are planning. In the worst-case scenario, they have piled up a lot of half-finished products and even failed products, and then their research is getting more and more mature. It's not just a vague outline. In the end, they can even directly make something, and that thing is very likely to be related to you, such as your little brothers and sisters, or it's just a simple domain, a domain that you have to control." Yun Nuoshing turned his head. The last conjecture was not for nothing. The abyssal death shroud was connected on a certain level, which they knew from the day they sensed the breath of the middle plane through the abyssal death shroud when they were in the lower plane. Whether it was the abyssal black hole, the mass-produced abyssal black hole, or the abyssal death shroud, as long as they were connected, they could be easily connected together, so that their army could appear anywhere at will, and it would be convenient for them to flatten the entire eight-element realm. Bing Air widened her blue-gold eyes and looked at him in a daze. "Why is there only a bad conjecture? Can't you say something else?" After saying that, she felt that something was reversed. This should be the time for them to worry about this world. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. "Maybe it's groundless fear, but it's better to imagine the enemy as powerful than weak. Besides, even if it's true, we know that the enemy, the underworld people, are indeed very powerful. Not to mention the two Empyrean gods of origin. They have the power to flatten the entire eight-element realm. From this point of view, there can only be worse and worse developments. I want to stop all of this, but I don't know where to start." Bing Air was stunned. She blinked and suddenly said, "Pessimism is normal. This world is far from being as beautiful as everyone thinks it is. Your enemy is ready, your enemy's plan is ready, and your enemy is infinitely close to success. They have even begun to clean up some rotten fish and shrimps that they can't take with them. but you are still helpless, standing on the battlefield of this world, indifferent. Yin Nuoshing rolled his eyes. Don't copy me. Then he sighed again. Well, these are just my thoughts. In fact, when I knew that there were two Empyrean gods of origin in the underworld, I almost fainted. Masters of that level. Maybe there were many in the mythological era or the previous era, but for this era, the most powerful master in the entire void is the Empyrean god of origin. There is no one more powerful than that. So what can I do? As the observer of the entire realm of the gods, the last barrier of the era of the gods, I have to complete my mission even if it means risking my life. For example, protecting the realm of the gods. It's really uncomfortable. The underworld people did not have any extra steps when they created the abyssal black hole. The reason why they said it was an abyssal black hole and not some other strange thing was purely because of what it said. It still remembered the feeling when its consciousness was born. It was a little similar to the feeling it felt when it was hiding in the void. Yin Nuoshing scratched his head, recalling the movement of your fetus. Bing Air was speechless. This time, it was Bing Air's turn to be speechless. He did not expect that this guy could be so destructive when he opened his mouth. After most of the fragments of the world cluster had merged into the melted thing, the underworld person standing in front suddenly took out a long, light stick-like object. It really did look like a light stick. From the beginning to the end, it was a light beam with a diameter of only 1 or 2 centimeters. It exuded pure black energy and black mist. Upon closer inspection, one could see the traces of many divine weapons in the black energy beam. It did not look like a weapon. Then, he did not know what it was used for. It looked like it could not be swatted, hit, or beaten. But if they grabbed it with force, their fingers might be cut off by the energy of the light. Kidding. Just as the joke was over, the person who took out the light beam grabbed the energy arrow with force. His fingers were not cut off at all. That thing contains endless energy of the abyssal death shroud, and it comes from many places. The presence of many places is the same as the abyssal death shroud. It also comes from all over the void, and is not something that can be casually converted in this world, but they are a little different from that flashy giant bottle. The energy from many places seemed to be, and what was up with that bottle? They clearly did not see it just now, after the light stick and the bottle came out. The person who held the light stick and the light stick immediately resonated and emitted energy. Then, he raised the light stick with his left hand, and the surface of the abyssal death shroud before him suddenly surged like a tidal wave. Endless black mist wafted out and followed the light stick into the mouth of the bottle. The part of the black mist that wafted out was just a drop in the ocean for the entire semi-melted object. After it was collected, the person put away the bottle and the light stick. Is it done? The person beside him asked softly. Yes. Extracting the source of the divine destruction shroud is too difficult. If we could not replenish it in time, we would not be able to seal the entire middle plane. The person nodded and looked at the melted object before him, a cruel smile flashing across his eyes. Humans die of stupidity. How many years have passed, and you are still so stupid? Is it because you can't sense the destructive presence of that circle? Or does it mean that you would rush in even if you knew? I think it's the latter, the other person replied. Another person replied. It seemed like they had been working here for quite a while and were getting tired of the heat. Well, now that the middle plane has stabilized, the world of order shows no signs of attacking us for the time being, after 1,000 years of stalemate against us. Although part of the original God was destroyed along the way, the power gathered from the entire upper plane is still too great. If we don't need to replenish it, we still have a considerable amount of the divine destruction shroud. If the clan leader could regain consciousness, all these years of hard work would not have been in vain. The clan leader, after all, he had paid a terrible price when he fought it. He had thought that it would be easy to deal with since it had fallen asleep and lost its consciousness, but he had never imagined that a body with only instinctive combat consciousness could fight against the clan leader to such an extent. Although it was successfully subdued in the end, the clan leader had paid a terrible price and had to recuperate. 10 eras had passed in the blink of an eye, and only then did the clan leader's injuries gradually improve. The person's face was pale, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes, as if remembering something. After a moment, he said with a stiff voice, "Indeed, but I'm just worried that person is dead. Definitely dead. There's no way he can jump up and do anything." The other person said, with certainty. However, if one looked closely at his legs, they would still go limp when the topic was brought up. He was not the only one who thought of that nightmarish reality. He was frantically denying and avoiding the topic, and it was not clear whether he was avoiding the topic or trying not to face it. After a moment, he laughed bitterly and shook his head. That thing was too terrifying. It could not be called a life, nor could it be called a person. It was just some residue left behind in the void. The fog of God destruction was discovered after defeating that Holy Spirit. They used this God-given thing to conquer more than half of the 8 elements realm. They continuously extracted the energy of that Holy Spirit, allowing the abyss fog of death to slowly regenerate. Moreover, regenerating and replicating it was not as difficult as researching it. On the other side of the void, Yun Nuoshing and Bing Air listened to their conversation, and complex emotions flashed across their eyes. Yun Nuoshing narrowed her eyes and was deep in thought. Bing Air had completely immersed herself in the role. Her arms were wrapped around Yun Nuoshing's back, just like the action of the real ice snow holy dragon. By the way, her eyes were also dull, the common language of all races. Yun Nuoshing murmured softly and could not help but sneer. This was really something, using the common language of all races passed down by the ancient gods as the accompanying realm of the divine realm, and then turning around and slaughtering the divine realm. Oh, they had not slaughtered them yet. They had not slaughtered them yet. That was something that would happen later. Anyway, in the future, in the war at the end of the Dark Age, the divine realm would be completely defeated. The war would continue until the end, and everything would be exhausted. Everything would no longer exist, and everything would be buried together with this void. A grand funeral song would bury everything. Yun Nuoshing gestured to Bing Air to signal it not to move. He really felt that this void was very interesting. Mysteries would always appear inadvertently, and then a new one would be thrown to anyone. He did not expect to meet people from the underworld today, and he also did not expect that the people from the underworld would speak the common language of all races. Moreover, he was very interested in the patriarch that they mentioned. That should be the lord of the underworld. He was still in a coma. As for what he did, he suddenly thought of the energy that penetrated the void of the 8 elements realm at the beginning of the Dark Age. If that was the battle between the former and the body that only had consciousness, then everything seemed to make sense. Chapter 1209. The 2 people from the underworld guided the world ball of light and mumbled something as if they were chanting a spell. They didn't do that at first. It was as if the topic they were talking about just now made them uneasy, and they had to say something to calm themselves down. Anyway, Yun Nuoshing did not understand a single syllable of those incantations, and it was a little strange. The language did not sound like the language of the Dark Age, nor the common language of all races. It sounded a little like the language of the gods, but only a little. Considering the time in this era, Yun Nuoshing treated it as a normal phenomenon and did not pursue the matter. Anyway, he could not pursue the matter. Although the enemy was in the light while he was in the dark, and he had the protection of Bing Air's domain. This was also the enemy's domain. The entire void was filled with the abyssal death mist. Who knew if they had any way to use the abyssal death mist here to do something, such as to find out who was hiding in the dark? The two underworld beings stayed in the depths of the void for a long time. They only breathed a sigh of relief when the world light orbs had completely fused into the thing in front of them. However, that thing did not immediately show any reaction. It did not directly turn into an abyssal black hole, and there were no new manifestations. Even the molten world barrier had not completely fused into one. There were a few more strange shapes. Those were the protruding parts of the world light orbs that had just been fused into it, waiting to fuse. After doing all this, the expressions on the faces of the two people from the underworld became a little more relaxed. They stood guard here for a while longer. When they felt that there was no problem, one of them opened the red portal. "Let's go. This part is done. Let's go to the next one." The other one, who had been squinting, nodded. Just as he was about to enter the portal, he suddenly opened his eyes slightly and looked into the distance. "What's wrong? You go back first." He squinted his eyes and raised his eyebrows slightly. "I'll go to the middle realm and have a look. Don't you think it's interesting to see those stubborn fellows?" A sweaty voice came from the other side of the portal. "What a bad taste. I'm not going. You go by yourself." As soon as the voice trailed off, the portal slowly closed, leaving only that person standing there. Yun Nuoshing said to Bing Air, "We can't do anything here. Let's go." Bing Air nodded and spread out 2 pairs of dragon wings. The power of the void that was so weak that it could not be noticed gathered on the dragon wings, and was about to leave with the 2. "Where do you think you're going, 2 little worms?" The voice that came from beside their ears caused Yun Nuoshing and Bing Air widen their eyes, their heart palpitating suddenly, and they lost their ability to think for half a second. Galaxy. Yun Nuoshing suddenly turned around, and the elements of nirvanic extermination condensed into a galaxy. Before he could even launch an attack, a destructive aura with a cold force welcomed him from the front. It was the feeling of a cold weapon tearing through his body, and Yun Nuoshing was very familiar with it. The huge force blasted the 2 of them out of the void where they were hiding, and the figures that retreated out of the void tore a huge crack in the void. Regaining his senses from the sudden attack, Yun Nuoshing smashed his fist into the void to forcefully stop his body from retreating. The powerful explosion caused blood to burst out from the wound on his body. He glanced at the huge wound from his left shoulder all the way to his stomach, and his bones could almost be seen. He was a human, judging from this point. A faint black fog rose from the wound, and the elements of nirvana devoured the remaining destructive energy. Bing Air was separated from Yun Nuoshing in the attack just now. At this moment, she flew over from the side and was stunned when she saw his wound. She looked at her creator and could not help but whisper, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Yun Nuoshing raised his left hand. Although it was a little painful, it did not hinder his movement. He licked the blood on his arm and said softly, "I hope I sensed wrong." Bing Air shook her head. "His energy is stronger than yours. It's the kind of strength that can break through the realm." Yun Nuoshing nodded without any expression. He was not too surprised. Since there were 2 heavenly gods of the origin in the underworld, why would there not be a 3rd one? Moreover, according to this momentum, perhaps the one who just left was also a heavenly god of the origin. It was just that there were differences in strength between them. But who knew? Who knew that they would meet here? It was simply 8 lifetimes of bad luck. You guys are having a good time here. The guy who squinted his eyes casually spread his hands and walked toward Yun Nuoshing and Bing Air. A huge black scythe was floating beside him, and there was still some blood on the blade of the scythe. If that guy didn't leave, I really wouldn't know that there are other lives in the void. Look at this energy, this aura. You guys, oh, you are someone from the upper realm? He stopped at a distance, and the smile on his face disappeared. He became a little sinister. Things related to the world of order are really disgusting. As for you, he looked at Bing Air and could not help but frown. After a while, he lost interest. You are a strange thing that I can't judge, but it doesn't matter. You guys can't leave here anyway. The world of order should all die. The figure that suddenly appeared in front of Yun Nuashing made his expression turn serious. The elements of destruction that had been brewing in his hand condensed into a heavy sword. The energy of the peak of the origin gushed out from his body and turned into a river of stars. It collided with the thing that could not be seen clearly. Bang! After blocking the attack, Yun Nuashing's body retreated rapidly. The left hand that was grabbing the void was brewing a twisted and crazy energy. It was like a crystal that was being crushed by him. Huge black magic circles suddenly appeared and covered the entire void. Ha! The power of divine destruction. You are also someone like us. The person was stunned when he saw the black magic circles. It was not because he was frightened by the formation, but because he sensed the kind of energy that was contained there. He suddenly felt that it was very interesting. How about I give you a chance? Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes. Although he was very curious about what the person said, it was not the time to talk. The elements of destruction all over his body resonated with the void and the magic circles. An unimaginably huge amount of energy gathered crazily. He raised his left hand, and a dazzling light flickered. This is my answer. Hundreds of billions of energy attacks erupted at the same time. A black magic array flickered and appeared behind the netherworld person. Chains formed by order rushed out of the magic array. They didn't wrap around the netherworld person's body. Instead, they wrapped around the void around the netherworld person. He looked at the power of order that sealed the void around him. His eyes trembled. Interesting, but boom! An explosion of energy that lit up the entire void occurred in the depths of the void. The terrifying energy directly blasted the void into nothingness. The distorted and melted thing in the distance was revealed to be even more distorted by the light of the explosion. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle. After dispersing all the magic circles and gathering the remaining energy in his body, Yun Nuashing looked at the area covered in flames. His heart turned cold. He suddenly disappeared from where he was and rushed into the area where the light was exploding. The huge energy sword in his hand that was condensed with the elements of destruction and a galaxy of stars was smashed forward like a world. He did not even need to look. In the area where the energy was exploding, his senses were everywhere. He knew where the enemy was. There was a deafening sound of metal crashing into something, dispersing the explosion of energy here. Amidst the explosion of light, Yun Nuashing's sword could be seen striking the shoulder of the netherworld person, but the latter was not injured at all. Oh, regular Empyrean gods of origin should have been obliterated by now. He patted his clothes casually as if he was brushing away the dust. It's just a pity that you're only at the peak of reciprocity. Even if you possess the power of divine destruction, that's all there is to it. Looks like you still have a chance at victory after you taught a lesson to some useless people several hundred years ago. You're still holding on to hope. According to what I know, only the 3 places in the world of order have peak reciprocity cultivators. If that's the case, I'll personally crush your hopes. That person from the underworld narrowed his eyes and laughed in a low voice. He gently patted away the huge energy sword on his shoulder and rushed to Yun Nuoshing like a ghost. He opened his palm and pressed his 5 fingers on Yun Nuoshing's head. A huge amount of energy that almost made him despair burst out from his palm. It seemed to have penetrated his glabella before it even touched him. Spurt! He clawed down with his palm, expecting to see the scene of blood splattering everywhere. However, he did not expect that the person and the energy sword in front of him would suddenly explode into a cloud of black energy mist. His expression suddenly froze. Then, as if he had sensed something, he turned around abruptly. In the air, Yun Nuoshing's wings, condensed from the element of nirvanic destruction, flapped. He raised his right hand, and formations inscribed with starlight appeared in the air. Tremendous amounts of starlight poured out from the formations like a waterfall. From afar, it seemed like several 100,000 thin streams of stars were gathering in the same place. A huge ball of light appeared in the air, like the ball of light of a new world. The energy that was madly converging came from countless worlds, as well as the remnant echoes of the destroyed worlds in this void. He could feel that countless different worlds were converging there. Although it was very large, it was not enough to make him shocked. His face became gloomy only because he felt that he had been played. What a laughable struggle! The underworld person sneered. The tip of his foot lightly stepped on the air. The energy of his divine right and divinity was about to leak out. Some gold and red light also appeared on his body. God's word, soul's seal. An ancient voice that sounded like the arrival of a god reverberated in the air. That voice sounded in the consciousness of all living things, causing the underworld person's expression to suddenly tremble. Then, he shockingly discovered that the divinity that was about to surge out suddenly disappeared. The element of nirvanic destruction around him swarmed over and drowned him. He raised his head in shock. In the distant sky, he vaguely saw an incomparably sacred figure. At that moment, fear almost appeared in his heart. Bang! Yun Nuoshing did not hesitate. He gritted his teeth and roared. He threw the energy ball that was condensed from hundreds of thousands or millions of worlds. It slammed into the body of the netherworld person like a huge river of stars. An explosion that sounded like the birth of the universe, and chaos spread out along with the impact of the rules. It shook Yun Nuoshing to the point that he felt a little stuffy in his chest. He hurriedly retreated a distance away. Then he watched with his own eyes as the space turned blank under the sweep of the crazy energy and became nothing. Bing air. S figure appeared from one of the azure wings on his back. Looking at the destructive energy of order in front of him, his expression changed slightly. What you just said is that the language of the gods in your memory. Ah. Yun Nuoshing nodded in response. I couldn't use it before, but the heavenly god of origin seems to be able to. The language of the mythological era, the first set of God's language, was the result of his previous deduction. This mysterious language contained unbelievable laws. However, with the power of a god, he could not use it at all. Only a god, at the peak of the heavenly god of origin, seemed to be able to use it. Hui would have been severely injured if he had been hit by 2 sets of energy. Even he himself could not guarantee that he would be able to withstand the energy that contained this space unscathed. However, his opponent was the heavenly god of origin. He had never fought with a god of this level. He only knew that he could not defeat him, unless there was a miracle. As for running away, he wanted to, but he had just calculated that the success rate of running away was less than 30%. He might as well stay and fight. After all, he was the observer of the realm of the gods. Perhaps he could. The energy that could destroy order swept through a large area of space, returning this area to the void. After the storm lasted for a few more minutes, A straight figure slowly walked out of the light. Yun Nuoshing and Bing Er took a closer look. It was the annoying guy who had squinted his eyes and smiled. However, at this moment, the latter, after eating 2 sets of energy that could completely overturn space and order, only the corner of his clothes was torn a little. However, even this little bit was already beyond Yun Nuoshing's imagination. Either he had just entered the heavenly god realm not long ago, or the difference between the 2 realms was not far. Thinking about the later stages of the divine realm, he felt that it should be the former. What a surprise! You actually know the words of gods, but you don't seem to be very familiar with it. He spread his hands and walked out of the light. He was still smiling, but this time his smile was a little impatient and murderous. Surprise, what a surprise! Could it be that you are one of the gods who luckily survived the previous era? After saying that, he shook his head. No, that's impossible. That era has already been destroyed. Not a single life was left behind. Yun Nuoshing's expression did not change. The wound that he had just suffered had almost healed. Bing Er retracted into his azure wings and became a part of his strength. He held the huge energy sword horizontally and snatched the energy from the void. His body shot out like a ray of light. 6 divine rings popped out from behind him, one after another. Along with them, hundreds of millions of arrays connected to the azure wings popped out. Ding! With the energy of the entire void, the tip of the huge sword pierced through the void and pierced the body of the underworld person. However, it was stopped by a slender finger and could not go any further. You don't listen to me. Do you think he was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly could not continue? He suddenly opened his slightly narrowed eyes. The figure in front of him, who had rushed over with half the void, scattered into a black cloud and wrapped around his body through his finger. He suddenly raised his other hand that was not bound. Red-black energy condensed on his arm like a barrier. 7 divine rings, which were a combination of red and black, appeared behind him. His aura was also rapidly increasing, a force that was as heavy as hundreds of billions of worlds smashed against the barrier on his arm. What appeared from the void was the figure that had disappeared. There was also a huge purple-black sword. The huge sword that was emitting purple-black light made him widen his eyes. This is, Yun Nuoshing roared angrily and poured all his energy into this sword. The divine ring behind him burst forth with a radiance as bright as the sun. On top of the 6 divine rings, a crack suddenly appeared in the void, and a vertical eye suddenly opened. Its gaze turned into light and fell on the underworld person. Don't look down on me, primeval, heavenly god. I am only 1 step away. Yun Nuoshing's beautiful face became ferocious. His long hair, the robe on his body, and the azure wings on his back began to emit a bright silver light. The color of his entire body seemed to have transformed into silver and white. Full divine power release. In the name of the observer of the realm of the gods, this void, this place, is my domain. The 6 divine rings resonated and emitted an aurora-like light. A mysterious and holy energy bloomed from the void. The dark domain was cut open by this light. In the depths of the light, an unimaginably huge continent appeared. Several invisible lights connected to that huge continent from Yun Nuoshing's back. Realm of the gods. You are actually from the realm of the gods. You are actually the scapegoat of that disgusting world. The expression on the underworld person's face suddenly became distorted. He seemed to be laughing crazily. Some divine runes surged on his hand that was sealed by the element of nirvana. The divine runes swallowed and spat out energy that caused the void to tremble. The element of nirvana was shattered and then exploded toward Yun Nuwashing. Yun Nuwashing's gaze trembled. Thoughts quickly surged in his mind. He gritted his teeth and gave up on this sure-hit attack. His figure retreated like a stream of light. Whoosh! Bang! The energy that contained endless divinity brushed past Yun Nuwashing. The energy that couldn't be released was blasted toward the void above. After it flew for a distance, it exploded with destructive energy that seemed to be able to split heaven and earth. Under the illumination of the light, the void became extremely bright. It was as if a sun was shining on the two people below. Bewilderment, like a white fog, an indestructible, fog-like energy shrouded this huge void. It enveloped the white continent, the white figure, and the red-black figure in the distance. The latter looked at the void that was shrouded by the realm of the gods, and then looked up at the enemy, who had the power of an entire world. He suddenly laughed out loud. A moment later, he regained his composure. The 7 divine rings behind him stopped moving. He slowly bowed to the white figure in the distance like a gentleman and laughed softly. This seat is called Qing Qi, one of the 12 primeval protectors of the underworld. Guest from afar, please tell me your name. The silver light behind Yun Nuwashing became even brighter. He pointed the nether void sword at the red-black figure and said, "Realm of the gods. Observer. Observer. Feng Ling, is that so? Observer, is it? My apologies for not recognizing you. Please take care of me." And then Qing Qi's smiling face suddenly turned cold. The red-black light illuminated the entire void, as well as Yun Nuwashing's figure. Farewell. Chapter 12:10. Boom. The beginning of the story was born in a world-destroying explosion. This was a lawless land of nothingness. The collision of two boundless energies swept this land of nothingness back and forth hundreds of billions of times, destroying it to the point that it couldn't be any more thoroughly destroyed. In the void, a huge silver-white light enveloped an illusory continent. It was not the main body of the continent, but only a shadow. However, it brought with it endless energy and pressure as if it had really come here in person. On this illusory continent, countless huge streams of energy shot out from the earth and gathered into a river of stars. In the end, they shrank into rivers and flowed into the body of the silver-white figure standing at the very front of the illusory continent, becoming a part of its endless energy. Boom, boom, boom. The energy shock waves that were countless times more violent than the destruction of a world rampaged through the void. The order and principles that were just about to be restored were once again cleansed by the energy, causing the void to tremble like ripples on the surface of water. The illusory continent was the reflection of the surface of the water, and it was also constantly trembling. The red-black figure leaped high into the air, and the black scythe in his hands instantly enlarged to tens of thousands of kilometers in size. It was as if an entire world was crashing down on the silver-white continent, and the void in front of the black scythe's path collapsed, and the world seemed to return to nothingness. The land of nothingness was even about to cave in. Yun Nuwashing slowly raised his head. The right side of his face flickered with a layer of golden light. His right eye had become a resplendent gold as well. The gloomy golden light seemed to brand his face like a net, which was rather frightening. The figure behind him rapidly surged. Silver-white energy poured into the Netherruin sword in his hand, forming a crystalline layer of energy around the huge sword. He slowly raised it up and slammed it heavily against the black scythe. Bang! The energy of peak reciprocity and early primordial poured out wildly, turning the land of nothingness into a mess. The entire land of nothingness had almost collapsed. The gases that served as the foundation of the world had basically vanished. What a futile struggle! Qing-Chi laughed maniacally and pressed down with both hands, forcing the huge silver sword back. Go to hell with the world you love. Yun Nuoshing slowly raised his head amidst the shockwave of energy that shook the void. However, he did not say a word. He looked at the silver-white greatsword that was gradually being pushed back. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly released the greatsword in his right hand and changed the seal on his right hand. Sword chi gathering array, disperse. The huge silver-white sword suddenly disappeared, and the huge scythe slashed towards Yun Nuo with a power that could tear through the void. Qing-Chi was stunned for a moment, and in that moment, the huge silver-white sword turned into countless green-white sword chi, turning into long swords that were only 1 meter to a few meters long and whizzed towards Qing-Chi. Looking at the entire void, it seemed as if hundreds of thousands of galaxies were crashing towards Qing-Chi. Ding ding! Faced with the countless sword auras that tore through the void like a river of flowing light, Qing-Chi had no choice but to give up on his reckless attack. He turned around and waved the shrunken scythe around him like the wind, forming a dense shadow that blocked the river of stars. Bang! Don't be so arrogant, you mere bug. The black light of the huge scythe swept across the sky, cutting down the river of stars in the entire land of nothingness. Countless longswords that were wrapped in sword auras lost their power and floated in the void. Qing-Chi roared angrily and charged towards Yun Nuoshing with the huge scythe in his hand, as if he had no regard for time. Yun Nuoshing suddenly widened his eyes. In the formation that had condensed into the shape of wings, a formation suddenly trembled slightly. The energy of the formation ignored the distance and speed. In an instant, the range of effect was included in the formation. The movement of holding the giant scythe in his hand suddenly became stiff. It was as if time had stopped and he was motionless. He clenched his teeth tightly. Even with the domain of divinity and time reduction, he was not completely unable to move. It was just that it was extremely difficult for him to move. His widened eyes looked as if they were about to spit fire and burn Yun Nuoshing to ashes. Boom! Countless formations rumbled with earth-shattering explosions. Gorgeous energy light pillars surged out from the groups of formations behind Yun Nuoshing. Dozens of energy light pillars that were like distorted lights left a trace of light in midair, and then swooped down, completely sealing Qing-Chi's entire body. Qing-Chi suddenly roared angrily and forcibly broke free from the restriction effect of the two domains. His body was sent flying by the huge energy light pillar that had condensed into a huge energy light pillar. Although he seemed to be in a sorry state, it was still better than being hit head-on just now. Yun Nuoshing looked at Qing-Chi's figure that was sent flying in surprise, but she quickly calmed down. Her opponent was the heavenly god of primordial beginning, a powerful life form that she had never encountered before. Even if it was only a beginner, it was still a life form that had come into contact with that realm. It was extraordinarily powerful and could forcibly break free from her lock-on and attack. Unsurprisingly, Star River Rain, Falling Star River. The scene hidden behind the white light was suddenly exposed. It was a group of formations, stacked on top of each other. Moreover, there was something shining with an unusually powerful energy light in each group. It was the divine crystal that she had condensed. At this moment, it was used as a consumable to strengthen the formations. Countless formations roared and poured endless energy into this void, plundering all the energy that could be encountered here and pouring it on the enemy's head. The huge energy that was like an entire galaxy poured down. Qing-Chi's mouth made an impatient sound, and the expression on his face became unusually serious. He held the giant scythe in his hand, and his body shuttled through the surging waves of the galaxy like a light swallow. He did not even touch a single drop of water. He even had the time to wave 2 or 3 huge energy beams that went against the current while he was hurriedly dodging, tearing a gap in the galaxy. Boom, boom. The mottled energy barrier that was as white as moonlight received all the energy beams from the giant scythe. The energy formation that blocked the scythe abruptly changed direction and blasted out a red and black energy beam toward the figure that was flashing wildly in the galaxy. Yun Nuoshing's body seemed to be covered with a layer of silvery white gauze. His hands were constantly waving in the void, and groups of formations rushed out of the void as if they did not care about energy. They turned into a brilliant galaxy and blasted toward Qingqi. The dense galaxy was also very dense, and Qingqi could always find a sliver of opportunity to dodge. He constantly flitted through the galaxy, and while dodging, he was constantly approaching Yun Nuoshing. He slightly exerted force in his hand that was holding the giant scythe, and with a sudden roar, he clenched the giant sword with both hands and threw it out with all his might. The red and black giant scythe instantly pierced through the void, repelling all the energy within 100 meters. The enormous energy contained in the giant scythe caused the void to rumble. Wherever it passed, the void was almost split in half, and a vacuum appeared in the galaxy. Yun Nuoshing looked at the giant scythe that tore through the void and the stars. His gold and silver eyes narrowed slightly. He pointed his finger forward, and the energy that filled the void immediately condensed into a giant energy beam that erupted from behind him. It collided with the black scythe in an instant. Countless amounts of energy were repelled by the rotating black scythe, and the energy that was as heavy as countless worlds was actually suppressed and slowly pushed back. Bang! 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 Yun Nuoshing was alerted by the sound of energy self-destruction coming from beside him. A crack appeared in the countless formations around him, and he could see a black figure in the crack. The figure had broken through a core formation of his formations with his bare hands. The connected formations almost immediately collapsed, and the galaxy was reduced by half in an instant. Buzz! Buzz! An ear-piercing sound came from in front of him. Yun Nuoshing did not even need to look to know that the giant scythe had torn through his energy beam and was rapidly approaching him. Before he could come up with any countermeasures, the same sound of energy explosion came from the other side. "Let's see what else you can use to resist me." His loud laughter caused the void to tremble. After he destroyed the core arrays of the 2 array groups, he appeared in front of the giant scythe like a ghost. He held the scythe in his right hand, and like a red and black shooting star, he charged towards the silver-white figure. In the void, huge divine patterns appeared, bringing with them a destructive power that shook the void. Yun Nuoshing felt extremely oppressed, and he almost couldn't breathe. Yun Nuoshing's gold and silver eyes reflected the red and black shooting star that was rampaging through the void. Even though his heart was beating at an astonishing rate, he had become extremely calm at this moment. The countless energy beams behind him that were connected to the illusory realm of the gods were suddenly cut off, and his silver figure was enveloped by a wisp of black mist. The next moment, the red and black shooting star pierced through that layer of mist. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He did not feel any physical attack, so he thought that his attack had missed. However, when he looked at his giant scythe and saw that there were a few wisps of fresh blood on it, he immediately sneered. Not far away in the void, a cloud of black mist expanded and then dissipated. Yun Nuoshing's figure appeared in the mist. He was holding the left side of his waist, and blood was spurting out from that hideous wound. If he had not dodged in time, he would have been cut in half at the waist. "Little bug, you are really troublesome to deal with. But now, where can you run to?" Yun Nuoshing forcefully shook off the blood on his giant scythe. The few drops of blood floated in the void and quietly fell towards the illusory realm of the gods below. Yun Nuoshing glanced at him, and the two black azure wings on his back fluttered in the void once again. In the void, something continued to riot, and the movement was so great that Yun Nuoshing could not help but narrow his eyes. He withdrew some of his contempt and said, "Looks like you still haven't given up. Why don't you guess where you can run to now?" Yun Nuoshing suddenly laughed softly, and a wisp of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His voice was like a wisp of spring breeze, but it made people feel the coldness of winter. Yun Nuoshing frowned, and his expression suddenly trembled. He felt that something was approaching him. Furthermore, he did not have time to dodge. The reason why he had dodged the Milky Way rain earlier was just to save some energy. Plop! There was the dull sound of something sinking into water. Yun Nuoshing raised his blood-stained right hand, and the viscous blood of gods flowed out from his fingers and palm. He laughed softly and said, "This void is really big. There is no concept of space, and it can be regarded as infinite. There is no order, no rules. Everything can exist, and everything does not exist. In order to fill it up, I have used up a lot of my strength." Yun Nuoshing's expression turned a little ugly. He noticed that the illusory continent below had started to disintegrate at some point. It was crumbling inch by inch, and cracks were bursting open, revealing the endless energy hidden under the outer shell. "This is my greatest authority. As the primeval heavenly god, you can sense the aura of that world, which proves that I did not make a mistake. Yes, this is the power of the entire realm of the gods, the entire realm of the gods." The person who raised his head to look at the silver-white light had a grim expression on his face. Cold sweat was dripping down his cheeks. That person was as weak as a dog right now. Perhaps it was because of the divine power that had entered his body, but it was even more likely that it was because, damn it, that person had basically ignited the energy of the entire realm of the gods. This madman. The realm of the gods. The realm of the gods. That damned world had the power of those people. A little interesting. A little interesting. Huh. I should have noticed it long ago. Who would reveal their trump card for no reason. So that's how it is. Yun Nuoshing wanted to run, but he could not. The realm of the gods and the energy of the entire realm of the gods had sealed off all his escape routes. There were hundreds of billions of chains of order wrapped around his body, connected by the power of hundreds of billions of worlds sacrificed to form the order. The source of the order was all the worlds that were destroyed in this void. The power of the worlds they destroyed here was in turn binding him here. I take back my words. It was rude of me to call you a bedbug. Yun Nuoshing forced a smile on his face. Carelessly attacking the void with energy without rhyme or reason. Those were just energy accumulations. How long have you been storing energy for this attack? More blood flowed from the corner of Yun Nuoshing's mouth. He raised an extremely bright ball of light in his right hand, as if he was holding the sun in his hand. From the very beginning, I have prepared it for you. The prideful, primeval, heavenly god must not be too happy to receive an attack from a bedbug. In other words, I really want to say, happy cooperation. Although the illusory realm of the gods was illusory, it was real. It was the core of his divine, right domain, the carrier of the entire domain, the core of the domain. It was a mirror-like realm of the gods that was created with the authority of the observer. It could also be said that it was created by the great heavenly gods of origin. In other words, this illusory realm of the gods contained the power of the great heavenly god of origin. He had detonated the continent that the great heavenly god of origin had created, causing it to erupt with unprecedented power. It was here. The first buzzing sound was born, indicating the prelude to the release of that energy feast. A brilliant white beam of light shot out from the shadow of the collapsing realm of the gods and pierced through the void. Yun Nuoshing's divine domain that encompassed the entire void slowly shrunk until it completely enveloped the collapsing realm of the gods. That white beam of light also crashed into the domain, becoming a circulating energy that flowed back into the collapsing space. Yun Nuoshing was sweating like rain. He had said so much just to buy time. He wanted to buy time so that he could think of a way to escape. However, that brat had directly locked the collapsing space together with him. Damn it, those hundreds of billions of chains of order still contained the energy of the collapsing continent. It was already very difficult to break free from them. Now that the door was even closed, who knows how powerful this energy explosion would be? Whoosh! He raised his hand. It was just a small movement, and those chains of order had completely manifested. From afar, it looked as if he had been chained up like an egg. He was like a prisoner, locked up in a world of light where he was the only living being. Moreover, he knew that it would not be long before this world of light would be finished, collapsing from the inside out. Boom, boom. The energy from the collapsing world blew his robes loudly. Yun Nuoshing looked at the huge beam of energy that streaked across the sky not far from him and suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha, this is perfect. The energy here, the aura of the origin, that is the aura of the origin. This feast, this is the grandest fireworks in this world. This is the grandest funeral in this world. Unparalleled fireworks. I am the first person in this world, the first person buried by the power of the heavenly god of origin. What an honor! Yun Nuoshing spread his arms and laughed wildly amidst the eruption of boundless energy. His body was drowned in the boundless light, and even the heavenly god of primordial beginnings' body was as tiny as an ant. Yun Nuoshing calmly retreated. There was nothing to be afraid of, nothing to be afraid of. To be able to cause the energy to collapse to such an extent. He did not know how powerful the heavenly gods of origin were, but they definitely would not lose to the one in front of him. He was not worried. Even if the Lord of the Underworld came, he would not be worried. When that energy exploded, everything had already been decided. There was no way to reverse it, no way to reverse it. However, this was not prepared for him in the first place. Truly, it was a bit of a waste. PFFF, Yun Nuoshing crushed the ball of energy in his hand. Flowers of blood and energy flew everywhere, and the light disappeared in a flash. Then he saw the place that had been drowned by the light. It was incomparably beautiful. It was the void fireworks that had been ignited by the energy of the entire realm of the gods. It was as if a black hole had been born in the galaxy. A ray of light had cut through the piece of the galaxy, announcing to the entire galaxy, announcing to the entire void. He had set off many fireworks, but the fireworks in the void were always a bit boring. The world was collapsing naturally and quietly disappearing, but there were also some parts that were very beautiful. He watched as the entire world of light burned out all its energy from the inside out. At that moment, the fireworks could light up the entire void. A vast energy, Nova had torn the void and the void apart. It would not leak energy because it had broken through the barrier of the primordial realm, and it had perfectly preserved all the energy of that energy nova. It was so dazzling. Then he witnessed the grandest eternal storm. The divine destruction storm that had bloomed in the void was dazzling, incomparably dazzling, and it made one's eyes brim with tears. That gaze had illuminated eternity, and it was as if he had seen the light of eternity. He remembered that the divine destruction storm that he had seen in the giant crack in the void was actually a bit similar to the one in front of him. That storm had swept across the void, and this was only the beginning of the storm's evolution. No one knew how far it would spread. However, he probably did not have time to think about it. Now, he just wanted to have a good sleep. Chapter 12:11. You're really reckless. The first sentence that his awakened consciousness heard was a helpless and reproachful voice. It seemed that the voice had been holding it in for a long time, waiting for him to wake up so that it could hurriedly hit him in the face. Yun Nuoshing opened his eyes with difficulty. He did not hear clearly who said those words. For a moment, he could not tell which space-time he was in. He thought that the dream had come to an end, and that he could see the dome of the temple when he opened his eyes. But in reality, what he saw when he opened his eyes was still a starry sky. The dark and endless starry sky hung in front of him. At least, it was not floating in the void and void. Those were real stars. No wonder those people call you crazy. How can there be such a reckless person in this world? This time, he did not have to distinguish to know who it was. He raised his head slightly and saw it. It was still maintaining the appearance of Bing Air. The faint, reproachful expression was exactly the same as that of the stupid dragon. He glanced at it with difficulty, and his head was pressed back. Lie down obediently. Your entire body has been squandered away. There's nothing left of your soul or spirit. If it were someone else, they would have been declared dead by now. But you're fine. You can open your eyes after sleeping for a few days. Yun Nuoshing wanted to say something, but it did not give him a chance to speak. It continued, It's really difficult to bring you along to heal. Wherever you go, you can devour the void. Even the void, with infinite energy, can be devoured by you. You can even create a large vacuum zone in the void. You're really good. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. After all, he had completely used up all his energy. With the element of nirvana, his self-recovery was not as slow as the others. He could roughly imagine what kind of commotion it would cause when he recovered. The void was not calm at the moment, and the commotion he caused was huge. If he stayed in the void for too long, he would be surrounded by the people of the underworld in minutes. After listening to its long-winded speech, Yun Nuoshing was drowsy and felt uncomfortable all over. Only then did it change its tone slightly and soften it a lot. Speaking of which, you really can kill that whatever Qin Chi. In my rehearsal, you only have less than a 5% chance of winning. I didn't expect you to win like this. He won. Yun Nuoshing laughed bitterly and shook his head. Judging from the result, they had won. He had no way to confirm whether the primeval divine god was dead or not. However, from his speculation, judging from the commotion, he should be dead. No matter how powerful the primeval divine god was, he was not completely undefeatable. 11 or 12 eras ago, even the powerful primeval divine gods who guarded the great Yuan realm had fallen under some kind of power. There were too many immortal life forms in this world. However, how many of them could be completely immortal? Even those great deities had passed away. So, who in this world could be immortal? Hey, what did you do in the end? How did you kill it? Bing Air, she asked curiously as she reached out to stroke his long hair. Yun Nuoshing raised her head and looked at her for a while. She slowly said, I am the observer of the god realm. You should know this. Bing Air nodded. As one of the two divine titles of the pantheon, it grants us some insignificant rights. My observer's eye allows me to see through everything in the pantheon with a single glance, and I can even see through things with lower regularity than mine. It counts as a sort of eye skill, and its main function is to allow me to monitor the entire pantheon, allowing me to easily discover any oddities or anomalies that exist in the pantheon, and I can then eliminate them. As for what are oddities or anomalies, that is up to the pantheon itself to determine, and I am nothing more than a monitor and executor. Bing Air felt that something was wrong. She reached out and patted his forehead. Get to the point. That is the point. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and continued, I use my rights in the God realm, the observer's eye, as well as other things. I made a copy of the God realm that was condensed from energy. It was a pure energy creation. Originally, it was a sculpture for me to observe the differences between the God realm and other worlds. When necessary, a person with two priesthoods can borrow the power of the entire God realm. My copy is exactly the same. It is just that there is no life creation in it. It is just a sculpture made from pure energy. Its laws and concepts are the same. In other words, it is a model that I made using the God realm as a prototype. It suddenly came to a realization. In other words, you actually went crazy and blew up the entire God's world, and the energy of the origin great heavenly God still remained in the God's world. You used that energy to blow up that whatever it was. Poor Qing Chi, who had just received his bento, had already forgotten his name. Yun Nuoshing felt uncomfortable listening to it. That makes sense. But why do you have to use such an exaggerated way of saying it? I spent countless days and nights making that thing. It was not meant to be blown up as a bomb. If not for this situation, I would be heartbroken. You killed a primeval deity. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. An achievement that cannot be replicated. It is just a small victory. Compared to that, Yun Nuoshing was more concerned about the many things that Qing Chi said. Scapegoats, the 12 guardians of the primeval. There was a lot of information that could not be finished in a few words. As for the underworld, the people of the underworld seemed to know a lot of things that they did not know. He even felt that they might be a race that had survived from the mythological era. They used the God realm as a barrier to survive the void annihilation. Some information that Qing Chi unintentionally revealed could not be excluded from the possibility that his enemies wanted to confuse him. However, under such circumstances, Yun Nuoshing did not think that Qing Chi would have the time to make up any stories. The underworld and the God realm seemed to have a grudge. When Qing Chi mentioned that world, his murderous aura became thicker, but he could not investigate that. After all, it was a matter of the mythological era. In this era, to be honest, this was the first time he met the people of the underworld in this era. And in the records of the God realm, the underworld existed in a place that was rarely seen. Perhaps many people knew that the underworld and the God realm were related, but they could not imagine that it was once the God realm's companion realm. What nonsense are you thinking about now? Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and saw that it had turned into Ming Ming and sat down beside him. Its golden eyes stared at him with bright eyes, and it even stretched out its slender jade finger to poke his forehead. You've just recovered a little, so don't think about those terrible things. It wasn't easy for you to survive, so you should think about something good. Something good? Yun Nuoshing only felt his thoughts become more chaotic. What could be called a good thing? Looking at his life for dozens of eras. Oh, there was still a big gap in the middle. Anyway, that was what it meant. In such a long life, there were very few things that could be called a good thing. Now, those things had melted into the sea of history and time. He could only chase after them in his memory. For the current him, those were the future that he could not touch. For example, finding a wife or something. It turned into Hui and gave him a smile that was as bright as the sun. Its 8 big teeth were sparkling. It even gave him a thumbs up. It was so familiar that Yun Nuoshing wanted to jump up and slap it. However, since he was still lying on the ground, and did not want to move, it was better to go back and slap him. Look, you have a lot of people around you. As long as you want, any one of them can continue to develop. It turned back into Ming and covered him with its white wings. No, Yun Nuoxing answered firmly. It was stunned for a moment. Yes, after this, and thinking about the things in my era. It's too troublesome, too messy. I don't have time to think about these things. He struggled to stand up. His body was still a little weak, but he forced himself to stand. Everyone in this world can enjoy their beauty. Xian and the others, Yao Hua and the others, and Navira, Azurite, Hui, they can all live their wonderful lives. Those are all small things. For them, life is within reach. But for me, those are too beautiful, too cruel fantasies. The life that these dozens of eras have given me, the mission that the realm of the gods has given me, and everything that this world has put on me has made me understand that I am a person who can't touch the beauty. I am only fit to live in the shadows, struggling at death's door, paralyzed in the limited shadows like a dead dog, unable to touch anything. Memories. Another memory. Memories of the Dark Age. I never thought that one day I would go back to this place. I never thought that there would be a part of me here, Yun Nuoxing said calmly. If it was talking about other people, it would be so calm that it would even be a little cold. Some ripples began to spread out from his body, as if the stars were distorting. A silver-black liquid floated out from his body, causing it to tremble. Your body, Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He lowered his head and looked up from his hands until he saw a layer of silver-black liquid floating on his body. It was emitting a familiar aura, as if it was an old friend. It stood up, walked to his side, and circled around him. Distortion, the dark side, an amalgamation of the dark side of the world. This is the strange thing called sin of the world that you spoke of? Yun Nuoxing stared blankly at the silver-black liquid flowing on his body. A layer of coldness slowly crept up his heart. I thought that I would only come into contact with it in the ancient era. It sniffed lightly. Judging from the smell, it was born in this era. Moreover, it was born very recently, only within 2 eras. There is no saying that it can travel through time and space with your consciousness. In other words, it could be something that was contaminated in your era. When? Yun Nuoxing murmured. Suddenly, he laughed softly. The expression on his face looked like he was laughing maniacally. Judging from the cause and effect, judging from the rules, I probably got infected on that day. However, it has been accumulating until now. It has accumulated to the point that it can be observed. That day? Which day? It looked at him curiously. Yun Nuoxing clenched his left hand and skillfully forced the silver-black liquid back. Probably on the day I tried to replicate the realm of the gods. It was stunned. But isn't that you're right or something like that? Yun Nuoxing laughed bitterly and shook his head. The sin of the world is not something that I committed. I replicated the realm of the gods. I made a complete copy of it. That should be very clear. I made a copy of it, a complete copy without any difference. I imprinted it in the void, the part of the sin of the world that was replicated. That is, a part of the sin of the world that I created. It is my original sin. It should have been hidden in the pure energy continent. Yes, that's it. Until I detonated it, all of it poured out onto me. Its expression trembled slightly. Everything in the world carried a part of its own sin. It was hidden in a dark side that could not be touched. It was a strange thing that was neither material nor energy. It was called the sin of the world, something that existed eternally in the dark side of the world. This was a part of his creation. It was like a joke, like a price. The gods did not have such a thing when they created the world. The sin of the world was hidden in the dark side. It was in the dark side because it was a way to create a world. Whether it was creating a small world or simply creating a world, it could be considered a part of its own activities in the void. In other words, the creation of a world would not provoke that thing to possess its body. But for him to replicate the realm of the gods like this, although it felt that it was a bit too much of a violation of the rules that provoked that thing, it was still a great world created by the first generation of great heavenly gods. Any mortal that casually did anything to it would be an act of defiance of the heavens. It glanced at Yun Nuoshing's expression, only to see him clenching his hands absent-mindedly. It was as if he did not take it seriously at all, or as if he was already used to it. He was not surprised by its sudden appearance on his body at all. Yun Nuoshing noticed that it was looking at him. His expression softened slightly. The silver-black thing could be retracted and released freely under his control. He was already quite familiar with it. Furthermore, he was very familiar with controlling that huge mass of the sin of the world of the great Yuan realm. He was already used to it. This is the evidence of the atrocities committed against me in this world, the evidence of my crimes, the evidence of its crimes. I will never forget it, never forgive it. This great origin realm, all the worlds, all the people, he said softly, no matter what the reason is, no matter why, the truth is as such. Then I am also the truth. I will no longer pursue it, nor will I think so much about it. This is the reality. This is the established reality that has happened in this world. It is like the shackles that were destined to be on my body. There are always so many memories. When I know all of this, when I understand all of this, when I look at the source again, when I look at so many established realities, with every memory, my resentment and hatred grow stronger. This anger will never be extinguished until one day it will devour the entire great Yuan realm, just like the first and second primordial realms that I destroyed. As he spoke, his breathing became much more rapid. Cold sweat kept breaking out on his face. Seeing this, it could not help but walk forward and help him sit down slowly. You are tired. Rest for a while first. Yun Nuoshing clenched his teeth, clenching his fists so hard that they were about to bleed. He had found the source of another matter. He finally knew why he had only wandered around the concept layer for a while in the ancient era, and it had attracted those things to surge up. After so many years, he had treated it as a coincidence, and that was the only explanation. But he had never thought that today, in this dark age, he would find the reason for everything that had happened. There was no need to wait until the ancient antiquity era. He only needed to jump into the concept layer of laws at this very moment, and he would trigger all the sins of the world that had settled in the dark side of the great Yuan realm. He was like a seed that could absorb all the same substances. He was a primer. That was why he came into contact with those things. That was why he came into contact with those things, those strange things that caused him extreme pain. The events of the past surged up in his mind again. Yun Nuoshing only felt a wave of fatigue, anger, and despair. These emotions surged up in his mind. He could not control them. He could only watch as those memories surfaced in his mind once again. You are really a fool. Seeing that he suddenly fell asleep, his face was engraved with fatigue that had settled down for countless years. It shook its head helplessly and covered him with one of its wings. It said to itself, "You don't need to think so much about those things. They all know those things. They all understand those things. They know the cause and effect. They know everything that you have shouldered. You destroyed the first and second elemental realms. They witnessed it with their own eyes. You crushed hundreds of the upper planes of the 8 elemental realms into ashes. Your hands were stained with the blood of countless lives. You have done countless wrong things. Even if they were things that you could not control, they were still your own doing. You put all the blame on yourself and built a high wall in your heart, isolating yourself from others and not letting others come into contact with you. It let out a long sigh and sat lazily with its hands on the ground behind it. Isn't it good that there are people who can understand you and are willing to come close to you? There is no value in thinking about so many complicated things. Why do you need to think about it? Just like in this life, as Feng Ling, you are carefree and don't think too much about anything. Isn't it good? When you have to carry out your mission, you do it. At other times, you are lazy and don't think about anything. It is as if nothing has happened. Just like you have also thought that if there is someone who can share a little of your pain, even if it is just a little bit, sometimes you need to bravely speak out your thoughts. Big fool. It said to itself, looking at him sleeping soundly. It could not help but shake its head. If it can be so easy, I will also think that this world is very beautiful. Yun Nuoxing's voice sounded like it was talking in its sleep. It turned around in shock, only to see that he was still in a deep sleep and had not woken up. He seemed to be saying something in his dream, talking to someone which happened to answer what it had just muttered to itself. If everything can be so beautiful, why do I need to? But that is not possible. It listened, but it did not continue. It could not help but laugh bitterly. What a big fool. In your sleep talk, I heard someone's name. It raised its head and looked at the starry sky. Far away, it was the starry sky of a world of light in the lower plane that was not destroyed. This starry sky was just born not long ago. Perhaps it was because there was no life, but it was not destroyed. This starry sky is so bright, it looked at the person beside it and smiled, just like that person. Chapter 12:12. 6 or 7 days had passed by the time he woke up. Judging from the state of his body's recovery, it was at most 10 days. He had just woken up and was still in a daze. He habitually scanned his surroundings, and the first thing he noticed was the strange look in its eyes. It was a mixture of amusement, helplessness, and gratification. You're finally awake. It's been 8 days. I was just about to drag you back to the realm of the gods. It grinned and swept one of its wings across Yun Nuoxing's face. Yun Nuoxing was stunned when she heard that. She recalled the time when she was dragged back to the realm of the gods, and Hui looked at her with such an expression. She could not help but feel goosebumps all over her body. Who knew what kind of misunderstanding she would get if she went back with that appearance? Yun Nuoxing lazily got up from the ground. She saw that the smile was still on its face, but the strange look in its eyes made her hair stand on end. Why do you keep staring at me? It's nothing. It waved its hand carelessly. I've been staring at you for 8 days. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks trembled violently. She gulped and said, Let's go. I've been away for a year. It's time to go back. Otherwise, we will say that I go missing for thousands of years again. You're leaving with your tail between your legs. Yun Nuoxing rolled its eyes. Go back and rest for a while. Anyway, this trip was not completely fruitless. For example, the things that he heard from Qing Qi, air. In short, there were a lot of things, and most of them were information that was not of any use right now. Anyway, he was not going to stay here no matter what. He had caused too much of a ruckus, and he was in the depths of the void, within the range of the underworld's activities. He could not guarantee that they would not notice him. He noticed that the resting meteorite was covered by a layer of barrier. It should have been set up by it. However, driven by his cautious nature, he felt that it was better to hurry back to the realm of the gods to discuss what to do next. Ming sat where he was and watched him walk away with a smile in his eyes. After some distance, Yun Nuoxing turned around and said, "What are you waiting for? Let's go. I don't want to stay in this lousy place for even a second longer." Ming slowly got up and flapped its white wings gently. In a flash, it came to Yun Nuoxing's side and flew up with him in its arms. The latter was stunned for a moment, but before he could struggle to say anything, Ming took him into the deep void and carried him across a very long distance. It whispered in his ear, "You've lost half of your power. You don't dare to stay here anymore?" Yun Nuoxing's body stiffened. After a while, she turned around and glared at it. "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you believe that I can kill a primeval god now?" It looked at him with a smile that was not a smile, but it did not expose this arrogant fellow completely. In any case, when he returned to the realm of the gods, there would naturally be someone who would lecture him. The realm of the gods, the temple of the guardians. When the anxious Hui saw Yun Nuoxing being carried back again, he had put away all the scrolls and crystals in advance, so nothing could fly this time. However, Yun Nuoxing could clearly hear the sound of his jaw hitting the floor with a clang. The 51st era of the Deyuan realm was many years old, and the guardians of the realm of the gods were absent from the pre-war meeting due to excessive shock. Anyway, I didn't plan to go there to hold any meetings. In the end, it's still the same thing. Business is more important. Hui grinned and stretched out his hands. With a kind smile, he placed them on Yun Nuoxing's shoulders. "Marriage, if you dare to mention anything strange to me, I'll throw you into the void." Yun Nuoxing had a serious look on her face as she broke free from the fellow who was still holding her. Hui was silent for a second. Suddenly, his expression became extremely serious. "Heavenly God, Soul Map seems to have something to tell me. I originally planned to go yesterday, but I was delayed by something. Now that you're back, it's good that you're back. Come with me." Yun Nuoxing looked at him with a look of disgust. After a while, she calmed down and said softly, "Compared to that, the news I brought back might be more important to you." At once, he recounted the events of the year that he had disappeared in a hurry. Of course, he did not leave out the last part, the battle a few days ago. "Raise the 12 primeval guardians of the underworld," Hui muttered silently. After a few seconds, he raised his head, and his face became extremely pale. "Doesn't that mean that there are more than a dozen primeval gods in the underworld? I'll play with you, at Enyen." Yun Nuoxing had already expected him to lose his composure. Seeing him break down, she did not hold back at all. "Although I had expected that things would only get worse, and worse. Well, this news is really terrible. I was even more surprised when I heard about it a few days ago." Ming had been listening from the side and had never interrupted. At this moment, he could not help but say, "You were so surprised that you slaughtered others." We did not hear what he was muttering. He was stunned. "Huh. Shut up." Yun Nuoxing pretended to glare at him fiercely. After seeing the little angel stick out his tongue, she turned back with a smile. The whole process took less than half a second. Hui was stunned. "I have a feeling that after you two went out, things have become a little strange. Why don't we have a hiss?" Yun Nuoxing's smile was like a blooming flower. She even rubbed her foot on his foot twice, gritting her teeth. She smiled and said, In short, this is what we found in the void. I can't help you much in other aspects. That's all I can do. Well, that's it. I'm going to rest for a while. Jan, I'm so tired. After this trip, I'd better not, Jan, run out of the realm of the gods in the future." Hui nodded with a trembling smile. He inadvertently glanced at Ming Ming and saw that it was looking at him intentionally or unintentionally. It seemed that it wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. He was also full of doubts. When Yun Nuoshing walked to the door with a tired face, we realized that something was not quite right. He was only a god at the peak of the origin realm. When he encountered the primeval gods of the underworld, he actually escaped unscathed. Feng, Shu, don't ask. If you dare to ask, I'll jump out of here. Yin Nuoshing turned around and raised a finger. Her falling fringe covered the left side of her face, which was dripping with sweat. She slowly opened the door, walked out, and closed the door without looking back. Yan Hui's face was stupefied. In any case, in these short 2 seconds, he was really stunned. He actually didn't ask. Then he turned around and saw Ming Ming lying face down on the sofa, pretending to be dead. He thought for a moment and walked over with a smile on his face. Miss Angel, Feng, don't ask. It raised its head, and its face was stiff. If you ask, I won't be able to hold myself back and tell you. If I tell you, I'll be thrown back to that boring place. It stiffly got up from the sofa and walked towards the door with its hands and feet. Its face was stiff and sweaty, and it was all holding it in. I'll leave first, or else I won't be able to hold it in. Wait, at least tell me the result. You're killing me with OCD. There's nothing to say. It scratched its cheek awkwardly. This continent blew up. The primeval heavenly god killed, that's all. After leaving behind a string of incoherent words, Ming fled. It left quickly, and when it closed the door, it pinched its long wings. It was so painful that she cried out. Hui was sweating profusely. These two, in some ways, they were a match made in heaven. Forget it. I'll find a good time to tie them up and bring them to the temple. He didn't have any relatives anyway, so he should do it. He blew up. This continent blew up the realm of the gods. The confusing explanation was not difficult for Hui. He thought of what Yun Nuo Star had done before, and then thought of what it had just said. He immediately understood. In his mind, he restored a series of events to most of them. It's really annoying. His expression became unusually gloomy. He turned around and slammed his palm on the long table in the temple, causing it to collapse and become a pancake, less than a millimeter thick. The realm of the gods, which was condensed out of pure energy, replicated everything in this world, including rules, concepts, and more. It even contained part of his own soul and divine right. It was an important divinity carrier for him to ascend to the primeval heavenly god in the future. Hui also had a similar divinity carrier. It was a preparation for his ascension to the primeval heavenly god. They had been preparing for it since they ascended to the primeval heavenly god. God knows how much effort they had put into this divinity carrier, but it was blown up by him so easily. No wonder he felt that his divinity was half dead. It was because of this reason Hui looked in the direction of the door and resisted the urge to go and take a look. He did not say it because he did not want Maple to worry too much. He did not say it, but he was very worried. Without the divinity carrier, what should they do in the future? Originally, he thought that if the two of them could ascend to the primeval heavenly god, maybe this mess in the void could be easily solved. But now, Hui suddenly felt a little lost. What should they do? Hearing this news that was more dangerous than death, he suddenly lost his mind. No, I have to go and talk to Maple in a few days. Hui gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Even if he was thrown out or something, he had to make this matter clear. He was the strongest person in the 8 elements realm in the order camp, at least on the surface. There must be a way. Even if he did not use the divinity carrier, there might be a way to ascend to the primeval heavenly god. There must be a way to solve all the problems at hand in the 20% records left behind from the mythological era. 10 days later, on a huge cloud in the sky somewhere in the divine prefecture. What? a way to ascend to the primeval heavenly God in advance. Yun Nuashing was holding the back of his head with both hands and lying lazily on the cloud. Beside him was a certain angel who was also lying lazily on the cloud. When he heard Hui suddenly mention a big problem, he couldn't help but be stunned. He had just recovered for 10 days. Why did he have to face such a difficult problem? He thought for a while and sat up. He pulled Hui with a serious face to sit down and patted him on the shoulder. Hui, relax. There are a lot of things happening in the void recently. You are the master on the surface, so you can't be crushed first. I have discussed the way to ascend to the primeval heavenly God with you for tens of thousands of years ago. In the end, there was no result, and now there will be no result. Even if we forcibly dissolve the seal, we can't ascend to the primeval heavenly God. Do you think only the two of us can ascend to the primeval heavenly God in this era? Obviously, it's impossible. There are many who have ascended to the primeval heavenly God earlier than the two of us, but they still haven't done anything. The problem of the void is something that we have discussed together. Now, I'll add one more thing. I suspect that the energy shock at the end of the last era affected something, so it caused no primeval heavenly God to be born in this era. At the end of the gods' era, the fall of the primeval heavenly gods. That destructive storm of the void took away many things. It also caused many things that could not be known and could not be observed to be surging in the dark. Those were the roots of the diseases that could not be observed. Divinity carriers are the most likely method. With the general trend of the realm of the gods, maybe one day we can... Isn't this what we have discussed a long time ago? Yun Nuashing shrugged. I know you are a little anxious now. Come down first. He saw Hui shaking his head violently. He could not help but be stunned. Hui widened his eyes and looked at him very seriously. Then what about you? Your divinity carrier has already been destroyed on that day. What about your path? Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He somewhat understood why Hui suddenly looked for him to talk about these things. Then he fiercely glared at the little angel who was lying there pretending to be dead. This guy, Feng Yu, you can tell me anything. You don't have to hold it in. Whether it's sadness, unwillingness, or anger, just tell me all of it. At least I can share some of it with you. Hui looked at him seriously and said, seriously, he still remembered that day when he came back, that extremely tired back, that dispirited figure. Having lost his divinity carrier, the only thing he had left in this world had also disappeared. Right now, his heart must be empty. What are you holding in? What are you unwilling to accept? Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked at Hui in a daze. Seeing Hui's stunned face, he could not help but laugh. You can't possibly think that I'm so dispirited that I want to be reborn, right? Hui looked at him blankly and nodded. Yun Nuashing was silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. He looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. His palm was still patting Hui's back hard, causing him to be stunned. So this is why you woke me up so early in the morning. The seriousness and gloom that surrounded Hui's body was swept away. He nodded blankly, and then he was dumbfounded. He thought that it would be like that, and anyway, it was like that. He had even prepared his lines, tens of thousands of words, ready to talk to his old friend. But in the end, he himself did not seem to care at all. Yun Nuashing shrugged. It would be a lie to say that I didn't care. That divinity carrier contained part of my soul, and most of the power of divine, right? It did affect a lot of things if it exploded, and it would also affect my future path. But that could not be helped. In that situation, I had to stake everything. The opponent was the primeval god. How could I go easy on him? Well, I was a little disappointed, but it was not as serious as you think. The reason I did not tell you at that time was because I was too tired. Hui. He felt like he had been pacing around the temple like an idiot for 10 days. As expected, he did not have to wait to talk to this idiot. He did not have to prepare any lines in advance, because you did not know what he was thinking at all. What kind of expression is that? I was just tired and too lazy to talk. I was too tired to talk, so I did not say anything. I lay in the void for 8 days and squandered everything. I did not recover during those 8 days. I did not dare to recover much in the enemy's territory, so I relaxed after returning to the realm of the gods. Hui. If he stuttered for half a day and talked to the air again, he would jump down from the realm of the gods. If he had known, he would have rushed over and grabbed this idiot to talk directly. Yun Nuoshing could not help but let out a sinister laugh when he saw that his face was red with green, green with purple, and purple with black. Could it be that someone has been hesitating in the temple for a few days, wanting to say something but not daring to? He rolled his eyes. I feel like I was overly worried about you, just like the idiot at the entrance of the village. Yun Nuoshing felt a chill run down his spine when he heard the tone of an abandoned wife. If you really feel uncomfortable, just say it. Don't hold it in. You say you don't care, but you are just too lazy to care. I can see that you are still a little. After all, that realm is your last obsession in this life. I can feel that you care about it more than I do. It is not that you are trying to deal with the underworld at the last minute. You just want to enter that realm and then explore the details of that realm. From then on, the realm of the gods will no longer be a secret to me. I can follow the flow of time and trace back to the origin of everything. I can even take a big step into that place and find out what happened 11 years ago. I want to know the origin and the source of everything. This is the motivation that keeps pushing me forward. Yun Nuoshing said, seriously. His expression was the same as when he said this to Hui a few years ago. Then, just like back then, 5 seconds later, he lay back lazily and said, lazily, but yawning is so tiring, so troublesome. I don't want to move. Please take care of me. I can warm the bed. And yawn, yawn, yawn. Hui was speechless. It was the same speech as back then. Well, he knew that whatever he pretended to be on the surface was just a facade he created to deal with everything in this world. The real him was just like the executioner in the Dark Knight. He preferred to do those earth-shattering things when no one knew or was aware of it. He had never changed. Those who knew him would only be deceived by his facade. But then again, not many people knew him. Hui stood up with a dark expression. He looked down at Yun Nuoshing from above and said softly, Phone, what do you plan to do? What can I do? I'll do what I have to do. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. The divinity carrier has exploded. I'll either find another way or continue walking down this path. I'll probably find another way. Yun Nuoshing said lazily. He really didn't want to talk about the reason. Once he talked about it, it would involve countless memories. It was so heavy that he couldn't breathe. You look like you're constipated. Hui pointed out the strange expression on Yun Nuoshing's face in annoyance. He could more or less think of something. In fact, he did not have much confidence in his own heart. The path in the future, other methods, other ways, did it really exist? Yun Nuoshing quickly put away the expression on her face and waved her hand, causing her hair to dance in the wind. She grinned and said, Don't worry, don't worry. There is no lack of a way out in this world. There will always be a way out. Myths. That era was extremely glorious. It must be the same as now. There must be many ways to step into the origin realm. If there are 20 unique ways, then with the remaining 20% of records, There will be 4 ways to enter that realm. You have such a big heart. Hui shook his head helplessly and sat down again. He said, well, it's up to you. Anyway, your calculations are always much further than mine. Maybe everything is under your control now. Haha, I'm just kidding. Yun Nuoxing's expression changed slightly, but soon he began to giggle foolishly again. Even though none of this was under his control, the ending of all of this was in his memories, the only memory he had left behind. Feng. Hui tilted his head and looked at Yun Nuoxing seriously. He looked into Yun Nuoxing's black eyes seriously and said word by word, promise me don't act recklessly. In this world, I'll shoulder it with you. Yun Nuoxing rested his chin on his palm and smiled helplessly. Yes, you worry, Ward. How many years has it been? Chapter 12:13. Insomnia. He tossed and turned on the cloud as if there were nails on his back. Perhaps he had talked to Hui about some strange things during the day. Humans were such strange creatures. They were used to ignoring things. Although they knew something, they would not mention it. However, once they did, they would care about it very much. Anyway, Yun Nuoxing did not sleep well today. He was in a semi-conscious state, and his body was frighteningly hot. Oh, he was not sick. How could the heavenly god of origin be sick? He did not tell Hui about something today. In fact, the destroyed part of his divine soul and divinity still had a great impact. He was still very weak now, especially at night. Why at night? How could he know? He was fine during the day, and he was so energetic that he could eat a few dragons. However, at night, he seemed to have been beaten back to his original state. He felt uncomfortable even when he moved. In addition, his mind was filled with random thoughts, and he could not calm down at all. It was all Huey's fault for mentioning those strange things. 10 days ago, when he did not mention this topic, he also had a good rest at night. It was not like now. He said that he did not care about anything, but he definitely did not think so in his heart. So annoying, Yun Nuoxing sat up in a daze and rubbed his messy long hair. He wanted to sort out the thoughts in his mind, but if he really wanted to think about it seriously, he couldn't figure out what he was thinking about. This was a problem that he had been ignoring for countless times, and it was really difficult to care about it again. The little angel was sleeping not far away, about 3 or 4 meters away. It was still a little different from Ming, the real angel. It did not glow at night. Ming would unconsciously emit a kind of holy light that could dispel the cold and darkness of the night, just like how he would inadvertently attract the power of the stars. Yun Nuoxing looked at the holy face that had changed. He looked at Ming sleeping soundly. For a moment, he was in a daze. Speaking of which, it had been almost 2 years since he returned to this time and space. Inexplicably, I suddenly missed those noisy fellows. He let out a sigh and rubbed his cheeks with all his might. His head smashed into the soft cloud layer with his face down, and he once again fell into a state of half awake and half asleep. This time, a period of time should have passed. His consciousness felt that 4 or 5 hours had passed, but in reality, it was probably only about half an hour. He still felt uneasy. He could vaguely feel that there was some movement on the cloud. Although he was weak and half dead, he still had a little bit of vigilance. He could feel that someone was approaching, but he was too lazy to move. This body refused to respond to his consciousness. That person seemed to be in a daze. He stood in front of his corpse for a while, and then lay down on the ground beside him. He could vaguely hear the sound of wings flapping. Of course, there was only one other person on this cloud. He could faintly feel a soft wing covering his back, followed by a faint murmur. "How old are you now? You can't even sleep well in the middle of the night." It whispered softly, "Your thoughts are about to become real. Really, you make people feel uneasy. Without those girls watching over you, All kinds of things will happen to you. Yun Nuoshing was speechless when he heard that. He wanted to jump up and say that all kinds of things would happen whether they were watching over him or not. Anyway, he was a troublemaker. He would be unhappy if nothing happened all year round. Phew! A moment later, he felt a faint weight on his body, as if there was a ball of soft cotton pressing on his back. Then there was a faint sound of breathing. Yun Nuoshing. He felt that he would not be able to sleep tonight. In an instant, his mind was filled with even more complicated and even more blurry situations. His thoughts were so jumbled that he didn't even know what he was thinking about. Just like that, he was in a daze. A golden light entered his mind. The gentle light dispersed the huge waves that were surging in his mind. His consciousness finally became a little blurry, and it seemed that he could really have a good night's sleep. Where are you? I'm looking for you. Soon, perhaps it was when he was about to fall asleep, that two sentences popped up in his mind. They were words, not voices. They were two sentences in the language of the gods. However, his consciousness was already very blurry. Even if he saw them clearly at that moment, he would not be able to wake up. The short night passed peacefully. Although there seemed to be a lot of things that were worth caring about, there was no way for him to care about them now. When the sun shone down, Yun Nuoshing felt that his body was rapidly recovering its vitality. Although he was still lazy deep down, at least he was much more energetic. Yun Nuoshing felt that he had only slept for a short while. He opened his eyes slowly and looked at the hazy layer of fog in front of him. Only then did he remember that he had fallen asleep on his stomach last night. There was still some weight on his back. It seemed that he would not be able to move for a while. Fortunately, the little angel on his back was not the real little angel. She did not have a bad sleeping posture. She would not suddenly wrap her wings around him tightly, and the corner of her clothes would not fall off and expose herself. Yun Nuoshing felt a chill in his heart. Since when did he get used to it? He was bored lying on his stomach and could not move. Just as he was about to open his eyes to observe the situation in the realm of the gods, or to look through the clouds and directly see the scene below to see where they had drifted along with the clouds last night. However, before he could figure out what to do, he heard a horrifying voice. "Oh my God! How dare you say that there's nothing going on between the two of you?" That voice sounded as if he had just woken up to the end of the world. It was a little bleak and a little strangely sweet. Yun Nuoshing turned his neck with difficulty and turned his head to the other side. He saw Hui looking at the two of them with a horrified expression. He was still holding a few buns and rice balls in his hands, and there were one or two bags of things hanging on his arms and neck. According to his understanding of him over the years, this guy was most likely recognized when he went to buy breakfast, and then the enthusiastic crowd hung these things on him. Thanks to Hui, he had eaten free breakfast for many years. When he went there himself, he did not have such treatment. Can you not shout so loudly in the morning? It's as if the void has exploded. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes in annoyance and turned his head forcefully. He found that the little angel was lying on his side with half of his body on his back. Other than that, there was nothing else. Last night. What happened last night? Huey's face turned even paler. He looked as if he had been struck by lightning. "Oh my God! After a night of torment, I still blacked out." Yun Nuoshing was still lying on his stomach. He only showed a half smile. "Come over here. If I call you, do you dare to answer?" Hui shuddered and thought seriously. He felt that if he continued to tease, he would be disfigured. His strong desire to survive finally kicked in. "Ahem. Okay, I'll stop fooling around. What were the two of you doing last night? This girl's sleeping posture is so terrible." Yun Nuoshing shook his head. I think I slept very badly last night. Oh, and then she became your sleeping pill. Yin washing. That was the logic. Why did it sound so weird? Ahem, you came looking for me so early in the morning. Tell me what happened in the void. Yun Nuashing was too lazy to argue with him. She asked directly. Hui tilted his head and sat down. He took off the things on his hands and neck and stuffed a bun into his mouth. After chewing for a long time, he scratched his head. Is it considered a big thing or a small thing? You're asking me? Who the hell am I to ask? Yin Nuashing gritted her teeth and stared at him. Why don't you just tell me what happened? Do you want me to do something? Hui nodded and then shook his head. He thought for a long time. When he saw that Yun Nuashing's eyes had become as if she was looking at a dead person, he laughed dryly. I don't know what to say. Have you heard about the altar of nothingness? Altar of nothingness? Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. A large number of altars and altars flashed through her mind. In the end, she threw them all into the void. After a while, she shook her head. I don't know. What's that? It should be a legend that I haven't heard of. It could be a legend passed down from the previous era. It belongs to the people or the legend of the void. But this legend happened to be half lost. Only the other half was left. Then it appeared. We could not continue. No matter how big Yin Nuashing's brain was, she could not connect the fragmented information together. Yun Nuashing looked at him as if she was about to break down. You have to be more specific. It's the altars, those square ones with round steps, those altars with a lot of fire. An altar appeared in the void. It's not the kind that uses the void as an altar. Anyway, it's an altar. It floats around in the void. Today, there was news that someone saw it again. There was an extremely powerful energy flowing on it. Some people were worried that it might be the work of the underworld. They sent some gods who were very fast to check it out, but they could not catch up with it. Yun Nuashing fainted as she listened. In the end, she fainted and woke up. Coincidentally, there was such an altar in his memory, but that altar was not floating in the void. It floated around in the void. To be honest, these two should not be too different. Anyway, it was that thing. The mysterious altar that the old imp spirit shadow told him. He also told him the coordinates. In the end, when he asked Navira to look for it, the latter plunged into the void fog and almost died. She should still be sending people to track it down. It seemed that they could see it in this era, but they came here because they heard about it. They did not actually see it. They only saw the spirit shadow in a daze when he was about to step into the path of reincarnation. God knows how much luck he used to see it that time. Maybe he used up all the luck he had in his life. But about that thing, well, it's like that. I can't explain it clearly. It's just what I heard. How about it? Do you want to go and take a look? Hui smiled as he finished the rice balls and buns in his hand. There was still a green onion hanging between his teeth. He grinned and said. Yun Nuashing frowned. After thinking for a while, she pressed her head into the clouds and said in a muffled voice, Not going. There's nothing to see there. Huh. Hui was stunned when he heard her words. You know that thing? I know it, but I'm not too sure. I know that it's floating in the void. I think what you said, and what I thought should be the same thing. That thing. Yan, you can't catch up with it. If you want to catch up with it, you need enough luck. When the time comes, you will naturally see it. Yun Nuashing waved her hand lazily. Well, that's it. If you're interested in chasing it, go ahead. I can't guarantee where you'll end up. Hui was stunned when he heard that. His expression became a little funny. Just as he was about to say something, the accessory on his waist suddenly lit up. A crystal ball jumped out from it. He instantly threw those strange thoughts to the back of his head. He took the crystal ball without thinking and sent his soul power into it. A message was sent back along with the soul power, causing his expression to change again. After a while, his expression stabilized. Yun Nuoshing could feel his turbulent emotions. She asked without raising her head, "What's wrong? What's the problem?" Hui slowly put the crystal ball away. Then, a strange smile appeared on his face. Feng, you should come with me. You're better at these mysterious things than I am." Yun Nuoshing was stunned. She turned her head and said, "Huh? Didn't I say that you can't catch up with that thing? Even if I have the void teleportation, it won't." Hui shook his head and interrupted her. He smiled and said, "That thing stopped." Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a second. She reached out and picked her ears. As she did so, she muttered to herself, after coming back from the depths of the void, I feel that something is wrong with my body. Am I getting old? Even my ears are useless. Feng, you didn't hear wrong." Hui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, "That void altar stopped. It's still in the void land of the middle plane." Yun Nuoshing confirmed that she didn't hear wrong this time. The expression on her face suddenly changed. She looked as if she had just come back from a dye house. He was silent for a few seconds. Inexplicably, he thought of the phrase destiny. It actually meant that it was an established fact. Recently, he had another conjecture. Some of the big things that actually happened to Feng Ling in history would reappear in this dream without reservation. As for the rest, perhaps it was just as he thought, more or less influenced by him. But who knew what the truth was? He didn't have a complete memory of Feng Ling. It was fragmented and incomplete. Hui saw that his expression was fixed on a mysterious expression. He couldn't help but gulp and said, "If you don't want to go, then forget it. Or if you think that thing is very dangerous, then I won't go. I'll ask them to come back, by the way." Yun Nuoshing thought for a while. She looked up at him and shook her head. "No, let's go." After all, Yun Nuoshing got up lazily, turned around, and hugged the little angel who was still sleeping. He ignored Huey's jubilant expression and resisted the urge to beat him up. He said calmly, "I've only heard of that thing. At that time, I speculated that there might be some kind of powerful void rule controlling that void altar, so no one could find it and no one could catch up with it." "When did that happen? I didn't hear you mention it back then." We looked at him and asked. Yun Nuoshing carried the angel who was sleeping in. Perhaps the angel was sleepy and used one of its wings to wrap around half of his body. This familiar scene made him sweat profusely. Once again ignoring Huey's colorful and terrifying eyes, Yun Nuoshing coughed dryly. She almost blurted out the words known in the future. She quickly stopped herself and said calmly, It's been a while. I often go out. I don't remember the specific time. Anyway, I chased after it for a while." Hui let out a long sigh. He knew that Yun Nuoshing often went out. Sometimes she would disappear in the blink of an eye. When they met again, it would be many years later. Just like the 2 hours in the abyss black hole, it was only 2 hours for him, but for the people in the entire void, it had been 1,000 years. But now, he didn't particularly care about that. He looked at Yun Nuoshing and then at the little angel, who was still sleeping. He looked dignified and said, "Feng, you two should get married." "Hey." Before he could finish his sentence, he moved to the side, trying to avoid something. But miraculously, Yun Nuoshing didn't slap him away. He felt like a monkey jumping there. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Why didn't you hit me?" Yun Nuoshing looked at him with an inexplicable expression. Then She looked at the silver-haired angel in her arms, although it was her face and not hers looking at her sleeping face. He couldn't help but think of them far away, dozens of eras later. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. We felt like he was hallucinating at that moment. It was the first time he saw Yun Nuoxing showing a gentle smile that could make water come out of a pinch. It was a gentle smile that could make the world collapse. But perhaps he was always thinking too much, so he was hallucinating. When he took a closer look, he saw Yun Nuoxing's calm expression. She was staring at him as if she was looking at a dead man. It made his hair stand on end. He steeled his heart and prepared to die. But Yun Nuoxing just glanced at him. She waved her hand and opened a void portal. Then she said faintly, "Those things, let's talk about it later. If there is a future, there are two meanings. Understand it yourself." That string of bell-like laughter quietly dissipated by his ear. He was confused. If there is a future. In the future. That's right. If there was a future, if there was such a thing as a future, it wouldn't be too late to think about these things then. Eternal life, what couldn't wait? Right now, there were still a lot of troublesome matters to deal with. The void hadn't settled down yet, and everyone was busy preparing for a war. And this war, the divine realm was likely to lose, and the order world was likely to lose as well. When the day came that they lost, they wouldn't be able to protect anything. So what was the point of talking about these things? Well, that's probably the first meaning. As for the second meaning, we thought hard for a while. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Forget it. I don't want to think about these complicated things. God knows. God knows what Maple is thinking. Anyway, one day, he would probably have that day too. It would be great if he could wait until that day came. Chapter 12:14. The two leaders of the Order realm. Oh, there's one that no one knows yet. However, the guardian of the celestial realm was well known in the Void battlefront. First, everyone knew about the first realm. Then, they knew about the strongest person in that realm, the one in the open. Then, they knew about the 100 years of war before the 1,000 years of peace. In short, due to various reasons, everyone knew about the Guardian. Some were in awe of him, while others were in awe of him. Knowing that the leader of the Order realm was here in person, many people hurried out to greet him or join in the fun. They wanted to meet this mysterious champion, whose name alone was enough to make their ears ache. The Void battlefront. This is a dividing line in the Void. The power of the world of order completely controls the shallow and deep layers of the void. Theoretically speaking, even the heavenly gods of the primordial beginning wouldn't be able to slip through here quietly. Of course, theoretically speaking, everyone thought that they had completely protected the middle plane and the upper plane. In the end, Yun Nuoxing still saw the destroyed upper plane that was moved by the underworld in the lower plane. God knows how reliable this kind of seal is. At the very least, the transparent barrier in the void gives many people some comfort. Behind the barrier, in a place further away, one could see the layer of dark clouds that was entrenched in the void. It was as if red lightning was shining brightly on it, the death mist of the abyss. It was entrenched in the void. It had been confronting the Order realm and the Order barrier here for thousands of years. How much comfort did the Order barrier give you? It allowed you to feel the calmness of the void again. Is that really the case? Behind the barrier of order stood a huge human city, shining brightly in the darkness like a lighthouse in the night. It was built in the style of the human race. It was different from the style of the gods, but the difference was not by much. This was the front line of the Void battlefront. This human city was less than 10,000 miles away from the Order barrier. It had gathered the entire Void, the strongest warrior in the demiplane. Just by walking into this huge city floating in the void, one could feel how powerful it was. Once this power was fully activated, perhaps they would not die so miserably under the attack of the underworld. After all, they didn't even have a single primeval heavenly god, while the other party had at least 12 of them. Of course, only he and Hui knew about these things. No one said anything. At this moment, the two of them were standing on the tallest crystal tower in the city. Their vision pierced through the void and saw the abyssal death fog lurking in the void. Their expressions were somewhat grave. Yun Nuoshing looked at the 2 layers of barriers that completely blocked the abyssal death fog outside. Seeing the powerful gods in the city couldn't help but reveal a relieved expression after entering the city. She couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. Safety? No, that's all an illusion. The most beautiful… Well, since he wasn't here to talk about such nonsense today, he merely chuckled and mumbled without saying anything. However, the people present weren't ordinary people, so his mumbling was still heard by many people. Immediately, some people's expressions turned ugly. The gods from the pantheon were already used to this. They had all met the guardian several times, and coincidentally, they had also met Yun Nuoshing. They knew the relationship between this person and the guardian, so they didn't get angry when they heard what he said. Instead, they pondered over what he was trying to say. However, this person's appearance today was still as cool as ever. He even came here with an angel in his arms. Ahem, don't worry about him. He must be thinking about something complicated. Now, let's talk about that matter. Hui waved his hand and said softly. The heavenly god of origin from the pantheon saw that the other's expressions eased slightly but didn't intend to speak. Someone walked out and said, Lord Hui, do you still remember the heaven light realm in the middle plane? Oh, of course. That's the place Maple and I went to together. At that time, we encountered the abyssal death fog, so we helped him. Why? That matter has something to do with the heaven light realm? We asked doubtfully. That person was slightly taken aback. It has nothing to do with the heaven light realm. Ahem, that sentence is just a primer. There are many special worlds in the middle plane. Just like the heaven light realm, they are huge worlds that are formed by the fusion of dozens to hundreds of worlds. We sent people to track them down. That altar seemed to have fallen out of the void and crashed into a realm. And that realm is a half-destroyed realm. The realm master and all the living beings in that realm have all left. The realm master of that realm had even fallen in a battle 1,000 years ago. Huey's expression turned serious. 1,000 years ago was the Yongdan realm? That realm master was one of the heavenly gods of origin. Yun Nuoshing, who was standing at the edge of the crystal tower, heard the voice and asked, What kind of place is the Yongdan realm? When you left 1,000 years ago, the middle plane happened to have a decisive battle with the abyssal death fog. When the 3 realms went to help, the Yongdan realm was one of the important battlefields. However, the abyssal death fog invaded too much of that place. Dozens of heavenly gods of origin attacked with all their might, but they couldn't take it back or blow it up. The abyssal death fog occupied that place, but didn't destroy it. Well, that place is still there now. And if I'm not mistaken, it's filled with countless abyssal death fog, right? Yin Nuoshing glanced at everyone. The void altar rushed into that place. We've been keeping a constant watch over that place. We haven't seen it come out yet. That person nodded and said, The Yongdan realm is very special, mainly because it actually exists within the defensive line of the void battlefront. Yun Nuoshing was taken aback. You're keeping it in the back garden? He nodded awkwardly. It's really hard to deal with. Forcefully attacking it would cost us a lot of manpower, and there's not much value in taking it back or destroying it. That realm is located in the depths of the void and is only separated by a thin layer from the void. That piece of void could be peeled off and buried into the void at any time, but there's a sealed energy node in that void. If we use that method, we would definitely be affected, and there would be a loophole in the void seal, so you left it there and didn't do anything? Yun Nuoshing looked up, her eyes blurred as if she was looking at a bunch of idiots. There's a special connection between the abyssal death fog. Didn't I emphasize that once you kept it in the back garden and revealed the void coordinates and information of the middle plane to the enemy? That's right. I've mentioned another piece of information. The abyssal death fog could even be used as a passageway. Did you forget that? Oh, by the way, if that doesn't hurt you, how about I tell you another piece of information? Just 10 days ago, I found a destroyed middle plane in the lower plane that had been transported by the abyssal death fog, and a world in the upper plane. Yun Nuoshing's lips curled into a cold smile. Can I assume that it was this tumor that affected it? Before Yun Nuoshing could say anything else, Hui slapped his hand over his mouth and laughed bitterly. Apart from the few people from the realm of the gods, everyone else's face had turned green. This guy was still so merciless when it came to teaching people a lesson, but other than the people from the realm of the gods, no one else could take it. Yun Nuoshing did not care about that, but Hui had to. After all, the void battlefront was not controlled by the realm of the gods. Don't say that. Wait for me over there, for a while. What? I was just getting to the point. After being pushed a little further away by Hui, Yun Nuoshing turned his head to look at Hui, who was approaching with a dry smile. He could not help but frown and turn around, his expression becoming a little cold. It was just a few dozen Empyrean gods. What was there for them to be concerned about? This was a war that concerned the survival of the entire Eight Elements realm. Why was there still a need for so-called diplomacy at a time like this? You can't stand telling the truth, and you're here to fight? He had a headache. He knew what Hui was thinking, but he could not stand it at all. This was really, he did not know what to say. Yes, Maple is actually quite right. That thing does need to be dealt with. 1,000 years ago, because our forces were quite scattered, we were not able to deal with the abyssal death mist entrenched there. However, it's different this time. With him here, that place is easy to deal with. Anyway, this time, we can go take a look at that thing floating in the void and deal with it while we're at it. Hui chuckled softly. One of the Empyrean gods, who was stationed in the first city of the void defense line, could not help but frown. He looked at Yun Nuoshing, who was standing in the distance, as if he did not care about anything, and said with a somewhat dissatisfied voice, "Lord Guardian of the Realm of Gods, although I know he's your friend, this is a matter of the void defense line. An outsider like him, who just arrived here, has no right to interfere." Clap, clap, clap. Yun Nuoshing clapped his hands so hard that the void trembled. He used so much strength that he almost caused the first city's barrier to shake as well. Everyone in the Crystal Pagoda who heard him felt their souls tremble a little. Hui slapped his face and secretly cursed this guy for being an idiot. Forget Maple. Even he could not stand it. You're saying that I have no right to interfere, right? Yun Nuoshing's voice slowly came from afar. He looked up and chuckled a few times. Then he said to Hui, "Hui, are these people idiots? Can you really give me a proper understanding of this moment, this 1,000 years, and the next few epochs? What time is it?" Yun Nuoshing lifted his feet and walked forward. The little angel in his arms was currently floating beside him, wrapped in the elements of destruction. Yun Nuoshing looked up at that person and coldly said, "This is a war of survival for the entire Eight Elements realm. Everyone who is passively or actively involved in this war has the right to speak. I admit that the ruling class can sometimes play a big role, but in this place, it will only get in the way." Maple, forget it. Hui hurriedly covered his mouth before he could say anything else and dragged him away. As he walked, he quickly said to the Empyrean god of origin who had just spoken, "I Ching, help me sort out the matter of that void altar and send it to me later. Ow, don't bite me. You're really going to bite me." Everyone, humph. The person who had just spoken had a gloomy expression as he stared at the direction where Yun Nuoxing and Hui had left. After a cold snort, he turned and left. A few others followed him and left with ugly expressions. The Empyrean gods of origin of the realm of gods looked at each other before the one who had spoken shrugged. "I have to go prepare information for Lord Hui and Lord Maple. Let's go." "Oh, then let's go too." "Wait, Lord, we seem to have called for us just now. We might have to go together later." "Looks like it. Let's go take a look." A few minutes later, Hui dragged Yun Nuoxing to a secluded corner. The latter had just steadied himself when he couldn't help but ask, "Are they the ones who control this void battlefront?" Hui shook his head. "It belongs to the entire world of order. They control and monitor the abyssal death mist together. The idiot who spoke just now is also from the upper plane. The world they belong to is not much different from the Changyuan realm. It's just that they don't meet the standards in many aspects and are not considered a realm." Yun Nuoxing looked at Hui with a strange expression. After thinking for a moment, she hugged her little angel back into her arms and curled her wings over as if out of habit. "You're crazy. The realm of gods is called a realm because it was created by the great Empyrean gods and has many other powerful aspects. According to the records, the Saint Spirit realm and the Changyuan realm were also created, and their creators were not weak. The two realms they created were also very powerful, which is why they were called the second and third realms. Aside from them, there is no other continent that can be called a realm. At least, it's impossible in this era. The aura of a realm on his body does not have the aura of an era." Hui was stunned. "Aura of an era?" Yun Nuoxing screamed in her mind, but she put on a dignified expression and said, "It's just that there is no remnant of the mutated aura of the previous era. I found that after the void was destroyed, the worlds that were fortunate enough to survive would all have a unique aura. It's very easy to sense it. It's normal that you don't know, because not many worlds were fortunate enough to survive that destructive storm. However, the realm of gods and the other three realms are different. They would not be affected by the storm too much, and their powerful laws and order would allow them to maintain their original aura." After saying that, she rolled her eyes in her mind. He was talking nonsense. The so-called aura of an era was the aura of the great cycle of reincarnation. However, it was not easy to explain. She could only use a vague explanation to fool him. Hui scratched his head as if he understood, but did not. A moment later, the space around them rippled faintly. The Empyrean gods of origin from the realm of gods emerged from the space and respectfully clasped their hands at the two of them. Hui turned his attention back to the main topic. How was it? How did those annoying fellows react? They were so angry that they even smashed the magic formation in front of the door when they left the tower. Hui thought for a moment and nodded. "Put the repair fees on them." Yun Nuoxing, "Ahem, stop messing around. Do you have the information on Yongdan realm and its coordinates?" "Here it is, Lord Hui." The person who had slipped away to retrieve the information appeared from the space and hurriedly handed a crystal ball to Hui, saying, "The last time we recorded the information about the Yongdan realm was a few hundred years ago. During this period of time, there has been no problem with the surveillance, so there is no need to update it." After saying that, he carefully glanced at Yun Nuoxing and said, "Lord Feng, is the abyssal death mist really that powerful?" Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. This person in charge of information did not seem to be the same person as the first one. This was a young man. Of course, that was on the surface. Heaven knows how long he had lived. He was also an Empyrean god of origin. He was a little unnatural in front of Hui and Yun Nuoshing. He could see that the young man looked at Hui with more admiration than reverence. Perhaps it is even more exaggerated than I thought. Yun Nuoshing pondered for a while and said, there was once a race that was discovered at the edge of the upper plane. It was a communal race. There were hundreds of billions of lives in the entire race. Their thoughts were interconnected. Even if they were separated by the void, isolated by the void, or destroyed by the void to return to the land of nothingness, it was still impossible to stop the exchange of thoughts between this race. Each of their lives was like a small part of a huge life. Are you saying that the Abyssal Death Mist and this race, the Abyssal Death Mist, also have a part of this common race? Their expressions became serious. If that was the case, wouldn't they be living under the surveillance of the enemy? Because it was difficult to deal with. They put that thing in their back garden for hundreds of years and even sent people to monitor it in case something uncontrollable happened. Perhaps the enemy was also observing them through their surveillance. It's not all a guess. I had this feeling when I was in the world ruins at the edge of the lower plane. So, it's best not to let the Abyssal Death Mist know anything about us. Nothing, not even a little bit. Yun Nuoshing's expression was serious. That is the enemy of the entire 8 elements realm. It is a strange product that destroyed the balance when the void was created. If it falls into the hands of the enemy, it will be the most powerful weapon against the world of order. We have not fully understood all the characteristics of that thing, so it's best to be vigilant and treat it as an enemy that will destroy our entire world. Otherwise, this world of order will really be destroyed. The young man and the others were in awe. They saluted Yun Nuoshing respectfully. Thank you for your advice. Ahem, now let's talk about the thing you are concerned about. Hui tossed the crystal ball in his hand and grinned. Yun Nuoshing leaned over. Hui pressed the crystal ball on his forehead and said, I just took a look. Well, it's a little troublesome. That Yangdan realm has long been reduced to a small nest. According to the little bit of information you said, the void, altar, should not be destroyed. But the situation seems to be a little unexpected. What's wrong? I just contacted my own people who are stationed at that place. They said that they have observed abnormal movements from Yangdan realm. It is very likely that it is related to the void, altar, that fell into it not long ago. Hui looked worried. Yun Nuoshing frowned. That thing, he could not tell what it was. It was ancient from this era, or the previous era, or even he did not dare to think further. He only knew that if that thing fell into the hands of the enemy, it might be very bad. Chapter 12:15. The good news is that no matter what, this is still the headquarters of the world of order. 60% of the forces of the world of order are gathered here. The remaining 40% are scattered across the void battlefront. Look, this void blockade battlefront has the abyssal death shroud on one side and the world of order on the other. Turn around. This circle is the world of order, and that black dot is the abyssal death shroud. Looking at it, it makes people want to say we have them surrounded, but in reality, I guess so. He stretched out his hand and pointed at one end of the void. In the distant void, there was the void blockade battlefront that they had set up, and in this huge void encirclement, there was an extremely dark shadow under the light. You guys have been guarding here for hundreds of years. Don't you feel that something is not right? Would a chess piece that charged into the center of the enemy's main camp like a vanguard sit down quietly and do nothing? If it were them, they would be able to carve out a hole in the defense line that was hard to heal and allow the army stationed at the rear to march straight in. It might not be a good idea for them to think about it. Anyway, that darn thing had been holed up here for almost 1,000 years without doing anything. There must be something wrong. I Ching and the others looked at each other and laughed bitterly. They were the only forces left behind by the celestial realm at the void blockade. There were more people who had gone to do more important things. Rather than saying that they were sent here, it was more like a representative of the celestial realm, a role that was responsible for relaying messages from both sides. We could only shake his head helplessly when he saw their expressions. They did not really care about the so-called power or whatnot. They did not particularly think about that from the start, so there were only a few newcomers left in the void blockade first city. The others had gone to do more important things. After all, there were more places to be guarded and sealed in the void. Rather than leaving those forces here to stare blankly at the two barriers, it was better to do something more practical. Quite a number of people in the first city of the void sealing line recognized him. But those few people, the true administrators of the first city, were not too fond of the people of the divine realm. They only gave him some face out of consideration for his identity as the strongest person in the first realm. On the other hand, they were all from the realm of order. In such a tense period, he could not do anything to them just because he did not like them. It would not be good for either side. To put it bluntly, it was just those vulgar and disgusting things in the human world that had not touched Maple's bottom line yet. If there really was a conflict one day, he would probably tear down the first city without even needing the death Abyss Mist to do anything. In any case, it was very troublesome. He's accumulated power for almost 1,000 years, and it's a banquet of this magnitude. TSK, Yin Nuashing frowned as she had a headache. We want to charge in, but the other side is also waiting for us to come in. With this momentum, they're just short of directly putting up a welcome sign at the entrance. What? Hui scratched his head and looked at him in confusion. Don't you feel it? That restless power is obviously directed at us. There's a restless source of energy buried under there. Yin Nuashing pointed forward with his chin. No, not at all. Hui, I Ching, and the others shook their heads vigorously. Yun Nuashing was also puzzled as she looked at it. Anyway, she felt that something was buried under there. She could not say what it was. Perhaps it was the void altar. No. She had thought wrongly for a moment. That power belonged to the death Abyss Mist. In the void that was originally filled with many world light clusters suddenly became empty within a certain radius. There were only a few world light clusters floating around randomly. As they went deeper, an uncomfortable thing suddenly appeared in their field of vision. It was a black lump that looked like a world light cluster, but it was much larger than ordinary world light clusters. Moreover, it seemed to have been pieced together, a little like the melted ice cream that Yun Nuashing had seen in the lower plane. However, this piece of world light cluster in front of them was also uneven, but there were no arcs that divided which world light cluster belonged to which world light cluster, which was equivalent to having been half-merged. That was the Yongdan realm, which was different from the Heaven Light realm. The latter had been perfectly merged into a huge world light cluster, but the one in front of them, no matter how they looked at it, it seemed like the product of a failed fusion, a half-finished product. So, how do we get in? Yun Nuashing glanced at Hui, then lowered her head to look at the little angel that had obviously woken up long ago but had been pretending to be asleep. Her cheeks couldn't help but twitch. She had been using one of her wings to sweep her back, itching. Anyway, she would never be able to wake up someone who was pretending to be asleep. Speaking of which, why was she pretending to be asleep? How would he know why she was pretending to be asleep? If we casually walk in, I'm afraid that it will cause a riot on the other side. If it's worse, we'll directly attack until this void collapses. And if it's better, we'll probably crush them together with this void into ashes, Hui said, casually with his arms crossed. I Ching's face was full of sweat. Master Hui, this void has the energy node of the void seal. If there's a defect, there will be a loophole in this seal. Tisk, our hands and feet are tied. Yun Nuoshing smacked her lips unhappily, and at the same time, she dissipated the energy that had been accumulating in the void beside her. Everyone, Master Feng, had just dissipated a cluster of energy. That energy seemed to be able to directly blow up this void into nothingness. Then we can only carefully sneak in. Hui was already used to this, and at this moment, he didn't show any surprise at all. Instead, he calmly talked about their next plan. What happened after that? What happened after that thing fell in? I Ching shook his head. We don't know yet. The void altar crashed into the Yangdan realm yesterday, and immediately caused a huge commotion in the abyss of death mist. We can see that many spawns are rioting inside, right? There should be a point of view that barely saw the void altar. He thought for a moment, and then took out a few crystal balls from his chest, and quickly checked them with his soul power. In the end, he kept one of them and put the others away. Then, he projected what was recorded in the crystal ball into the void. The black presence was like a black quagmire that kept sinking. It was a quagmire formed by countless abyss of death mist and its spawns. There was no telling how many of them there were, and following the sinking of the quagmire was an altar. It looked like a very common altar, and there was nothing particularly eye-catching about it. However, Yun Nuoshing saw a corner that had a slight impression of it at first glance, and recognized that it was the altar that Spirit Shadow had told her about. The only thing that was different from the one she saw dozens of years later was that the projected altar before her was filled with strange runes and charms that were filled with energy. This was just a still image. The next moment, I Ching made it move. Then, the huge altar fell from the sky like a heavy object. It fell into a lake, creating huge waves. A huge hole was smashed in the Yangpil realm's world barrier. Countless black auras and derivatives turned into waves and were thrown into the void. They were thrown into the void, creating a huge splash in the void. It was not a lake, nor was it a small splash. It was a raging wave that splashed in the void. Countless abyssal death fog, and its manifestations were swept into the void and the land of nothingness, disappearing without a trace. From this angle, the void altar indeed seemed to have come from outer space and then mercilessly smashed into the Yangdan realm, killing countless abyssal death fog manifestations along the way. Woo-woo-woo. Hui rubbed his chin in deep thought, and a distressed sound came out of his mouth. Yun Nuoshing was also thinking about how to deal with the situation before them. They were all strange beings that had no sense of reason and did not listen to orders. From head to toe, they were exuding a distorted and strange aura. As beings of the world of order, they were as dazzling as the sun at night. To safely enter, there was basically no such thought. Moreover, if they rushed in, they would not be able to see what was going on and would not be able to find where the void altar fell. If they could sneak in, that was impossible. If you want me to accurately cut this Yangdan realm from the void and throw it into the void, that would be fine. Hiss, if you want me to do such a thing. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. Then he suddenly thought of something and looked at I Ching. Where is that energy node? I Ching was stunned for a second by his sudden question. He hurriedly took out his crystal ball and compared it to the void in front of him for a long time. Yun Nuoshing felt that he should not be able to find it. This void was empty, and the world light orb had been moved to a place far away from the Yangdan realm. Without a reference point or a still picture, how could he find it? There, it is a small distance away from the heaven light realm. I Ching raised his hand and pointed to the void. Yun Nuoxing was slightly stunned. He took a look at the crystal ball in his hand, and only then did he see a place a little distance away from him. Good heavens, that energy node was right next to Yang Danjia. If his hand trembled when he was precisely cutting, that place would also be cut off along the way. Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. Why did you put this energy node so close for no reason? Seeing Lord Feng's pale face, their faces shrank. I Ching said softly, Lord Feng, the energy node of the Void Seal, came out on its own after the Void Seal was sealed. It is equivalent to a method of self-stabilization. We did not expect it to stick directly to that place. Otherwise, we would have already moved the Yangdan realm into the void. We definitely would not have let it stay behind our own backs. When Yun Nuoxing heard this, he felt that it made sense, so he did not pursue this matter further. In any case, he just complained. After complaining, he still used his brain to think. It was not that there was no way at all. There was the most direct way. He or we would protect that energy node, and then the other person would lead the army to fight this cancer openly. With the two big bosses around, it was guaranteed that they would not lose any manpower. When this plan was carried out, there were two ways to deal with it. The first way was to let Hui protect it, and then they would sweep through it. The second way was to let Hui drag the energy node away. This would not affect the stability of the Void Seal, and it could even make space for the energy node. Then he would blow up the void. Of course, he was only thinking about this plan. He did not say it out loud. It was easy for him to scare these sunny young men in front of him. The second plan. Oh, there was no second plan. He could not think of any other way, so he might as well just fight it out. Then he said this plan in his mind. Unsurprisingly, except for Hui, who was used to it, I Ching and the others felt their legs go weak, and their faces turned pale. Although they were all heavenly gods of origins, the enemy was a scourge of the void that could kill heavenly gods of origins. Just the few of them facing it head-on was not a good idea at all. That Lord Feng, I Ching, was sweating so much that he was about to bleed. He glanced at the Yangdan realm from the corner of his eye. Who knew how many billions of abyssal death mist spawns were hidden in the squirming black folds of the Yangdan realm? He immediately swallowed and said, This is not very good, is it? There's nothing bad about it. Let's do it. Yun Nuoxing carried the characteristics of swift and decisive action. He slapped I Ching and made him stagger. Then he began to wildly gather energy. The little angel, who had been pretending to be asleep, finally could not help but jump up. Hey, did you forget something? My aura can be blocked. Boom. The eternal light that blossomed in the void was incomparably dazzling. It illuminated the entire void. The energy light pillar that was so huge that it could swallow hundreds of thousands of worlds pierced through the silent void. It was like a giant blade that glowed with light. It narrowly brushed past Yangdan realm, taking away 1/10 of the entire realm, their understanding. It stared blankly with its eyes wide open, and its speech was sluggish. I poked you so many times. I touched you for so long. You just let me go with a bang, and then you're gone with a bang. Even Hui was startled. Are we really going to fight? He thought that even if they were going to fight, they would at least give him a heads up. At the very least, there would be a countdown or something. Why did it just happen? Yun Nuoxing's expression was calm. He did not care about the little angel who was angrily grabbing his hair with both hands. He said calmly, Would you believe me if I said that my hand slipped? Everyone, regardless of whether it was a slip of the hand or not, that super powerful energy attack had already torn apart the piece of the void for a long time. A few seconds later, a monstrous aura of destruction suddenly appeared in the void. That familiar hostile aura hit them in the face, causing their expressions to quickly turn serious and their energy to constantly churn. Forget it. We've already started fighting anyway. Yun Nuoxing clenched his fists until they cracked. He stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. A transparent energy streaked across the void at an infinite speed, completely sealing off the entire Yongdan realm and their location. Then he gave Hui a thumbs up. Let's go all out. Huey's face darkened. That was your plan from the beginning, right? You're too lazy to think too much. You're a terrible old man. Very bad. Anyway, we didn't have any good countermeasures from the beginning. Rather than thinking so much, we might as well just fight. Yin Nuoxing casually waved his hand. Then, do we act according to the plan? I Ching and the others rolled their eyes. No, there was no plan to speak of at all. In their senses, there were tens of thousands of people with huge energy pouncing towards them. A series of thoughts automatically appeared in their minds, causing them to snap out of their daze. They turned their heads and saw an unusually conspicuous black fog rushing towards them. They subconsciously took a deep breath. Now was not the time to think too much. The enemy was already here. I'll move the energy node away. What's the next step? Huey's body flashed with golden light. The guardian's shield and the huge sword that could be used as a door appeared in his hands. The next step, I haven't thought about it yet. Yin Nuoxing stuck out his tongue and said with a smile, Buddy, don't joke around. If you really don't have any ideas, I'll twist my head off and use it as a chamber pot for you. Hui rolled his eyes in annoyance. He knew his best friend's temperament very well. He knew that he probably had some bad ideas again. Yin Nuoxing shrugged. My idea is you guys move the energy node away. After that, Hui, you sink this Yongdan realm and this void into the void. I'll go in and have a look. Well, as he expected, it was an extremely dangerous idea. However, he was not allowed to object. That guy left his words and rushed out with his little angel. I Ching and the others watched him rush out. Their eyes were filled with worry. His figure was instantly drowned in the death abyss mist. They could not tell him apart at all. A few seconds later, the vanguard that was rushing towards them suddenly self-destructed as if something had gone wrong. Their bodies exploded into clouds of black fog and disappeared. Yun Nuoxing's figure emerged from the black fog. He shouted without turning his head. Go! Hui gritted his teeth and rushed out. Let's go. We're going to the energy node. I Ching and the others were stunned. They looked at Lord Maple, who was cutting his way through the death abyss mist. They gritted their teeth and quickly followed Hui. The energy node needed someone to protect it. They could not keep up with the former's pace. They could only wish him all the best. Yun Nuoxing was too lazy to think too much. When dealing with these irrational things, it was useless to think too much. The best choice was to directly knock them down, push them back into the void, and kill them in the void. According to his calculations, Hui and the others would need about 2 hours to get rid of the energy node. He only needed to kill and kill in these 2 hours and then find the void altar. It did not matter even if it took more than 2 hours. After all, he was not afraid of the chaos in the void. When the fight really started, the little angel did not have time to complain. He quickly merged into Yun Nuoxing's pair of azure wings. The latter held 2 huge swords that could split the sky and earth and rampaged in the death abyss mist. From time to time, he would send out a flash of extremely bright energy directly into the death abyss mist. When he estimated that he had attracted almost half of the death abyss mist in Yongdan realm, he breathed a sigh of relief. The aggro has been attracted. The rest is left to Hui outside. As for the inside, you lunatic! If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. I just came out to see the world not long ago, and you treat me like this. Are you worthy of me? The little angel who was hiding in the azure wings, said in a dull voice. He looked at the overwhelming, ugly things rushing towards his face, and only felt nauseous. Boom! Then, with a rumble, the disgusting scene disappeared completely. Yun Nuoshing casually wiped off the black aura on his hands and swung the two swords in his hands in annoyance. Don't worry, I won't die. I can't defeat the primeval god of the underworld, but can I kill these shiny cannon fodders? Sea of people, Pui, ghost sea tactics, and whatnot. I've never worried about the enemy's numbers. He chuckled softly. The void beside him began to flicker with fluorescent light. Numerous formations of unimaginable size rumbled and appeared from the void under the control of his mind, accompanied by a grand appearance of endless energy. This time, he was completely certain that all of the death mist and manifestations of the abyss in the entire Yongdan realm had been attracted to him. These things drew too much hatred. Hui and the others had just landed at the energy node. When they saw Yun Nuoshing's huge movements, they could not help but frown. Then, they gritted their teeth and began to deal with the matter at hand. Old friend, you're messing around again. Chapter 12:16. Don't make it sound like I'm messing around every day. Yun Nuoshing could only sigh helplessly in the face of Huey's complaints. His hands were not idle either, but he did not have much to do now. With a wave of his hand, he shifted a spell formation from the left to the right. When he summoned his natal spell formation, he himself turned into a killing machine, killing everything within millions of miles around him. Even someone as powerful as that Qingwat something was had to dodge pathetically under the bombardment of the spell formation, and he had also achieved his goal perfectly, attracting the abyssal death mist of all of Yongdan realm. In his senses, there were innumerable things lunging at him, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. But that did not matter. Those things could not get too close. They were all suppressed far away by his firepower. There was no enemy that could not be taken care of by a group of formations. If there was, then he would add another group. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. A violent hum wafted from the void. The vibrations from the energy sound wave alone were enough to shatter the forms of the abyssal death mist spawns. One of the 1,000-meter behemoths had half of its body disintegrated into a black shroud in the energy sound wave. As the hum resounded, more and larger spell formations appeared abruptly in the void, all of them brimming with energy and ready for battle. If they were to smash down, the entire Yongdan realm would be buried. Yun Nuoshing waved his left hand and snapped his fingers. Groups of spell formations emerged from the void along with a frenzied energy storm. Not only did he add a single spell formation, he also added another. 3 huge spell formations appeared in some unknown posture, but they looked very neat, and even more so when they rumbled together and burst out with a great deal of energy. At the same time, the enemies were also neatly wiped out. Yun Nuoshing could not help but frown. Just now he had wanted to give Hui and the others a thumbs up, but now the enemies that were rushing over from the void were endless like a great waterfall. Almost every moment, there were tens of millions of abyssal death mist derivations rushing out from the void in front of him, and then baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, they were smashed in the face by him. He reckoned that this level was not just the number of Yongdanjia, right? At the energy node, Hui was shocked when he saw the sudden increase in the number of enemies, and hurriedly sped up the movements of his hands. This energy node was about to materialize under his energy disturbance, and when it turned from a conceptual body to a semi-physical existence, he would be able to carry it on his shoulder and drag it away. At that time, he would be able to sink the Yongdan realm into the void, I Ching, and the others were still in the mood to watch the skyrocketing battle erupting in front of them even as they stood guard. Their expressions were frozen in the winter, And those who did not know the details would probably think that there were tens of thousands of Empyrean gods of origin bombarding each other. Who would have thought that the protagonists of this battle were an Empyrean god of origin and a bunch of strange things? As he fought, Yun Nuoshing felt that something was not right and stopped. He had stopped for 1 minute and 33 seconds, and by the looks of it, he might continue to stop there. The enemy's strength had suddenly increased, and there seemed to be more tactics between the cannon fodder. Although it was a very simple tactic, it made them come much closer to him. After a while, he might even consider retreating. How about we release the restrictions? Yun Nuoshing said, casually brushing his hanging bangs. Restrictions? What restrictions? The little angel was stunned for a moment, and then it emerged from his azure wings and asked curiously. Then it looked at the magic circle beside him and could not help but shudder. You're not going to say that your magic circle has restrictions, are you? Of course, if we put in too much effort, the energy shockwaves alone would churn the void and the land of nothingness into a puddle. When I fought that thing last time, the land of nothingness probably would not recover for 10 billion years, or perhaps it would never recover at all. We had already destroyed the fundamental laws and a whole bunch of stuff in that place to the point that nothing was left. By the way, we doesn't need to save that thing anymore. The little angel was stunned. But this stalemate is not the way to go. Specks of silver light began to appear on Yun Nuoshing's body again, but it was only a little, but it increased his energy by a lot. 6 divine rings appeared one after another behind him, which meant that he was going to use the power of divine, right, and divinity. I still don't know if that thing will escape when it falls from the void into the land of nothingness. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I don't want to miss it. So, Ents, get out of my way. He shouted softly, and the 6 divine rings expanded a lot. The huge core magic circle of the 3 magic circle groups was arranged into a huge triangle, and there were at least hundreds of billions of magic circles spread out in 3 directions with the triangle as the center. The shining light showed that the many magic circles were gathering all the energy at the center, and then all of it was released in front of them. For example, a ray of light, the energy of an entire world of light was fused into a ray of light. That ray of light was like a silver needle, only millimeters in diameter and a few meters in length. The energy of that ray of light could pierce through the void, and even the barrier of the primordial realm. And now, the silver light in front of them was such an aggregation. The huge energy ray was made up of countless tiny energy rays, like the light of the Milky Way. Every tiny ray of light contained an entire galaxy, an entire world. The huge energy ray made up of this energy ray alone was enough to restore the void to nothingness. Those abyssal death fog manifestations had disappeared into thin air even before they came into contact with the energy ray, as if they had suddenly ceased to exist. Hui let out a scream. When he felt the energy wave, he jumped up. Just as he was about to ask I Ching and the others to turn around, he saw that they had all turned around at the same time with one hand covering their eyes. At that moment, he knew that he was still one step too late. I'm blind, I Ching murmured and rubbed his eyes. It's like I saw an entire void crashing into my eyes. Hui laughed bitterly and waved his hand. You guys step back and take a rest first. Maple's order disintegration is an energy field, an energy domain. You guys were just grazed by the aftermath. At most, you'll be blind for a few minutes. Hui glanced in that direction and quickly turned back to rub his eyes. Maple's order disintegration could be used on anyone in any way. It was a powerful, indiscriminate attack. For example, I Ching and the others were attacked just by looking at it. As for those who were hit directly, they probably didn't even know how they died. Oh, it should be said that they probably didn't even know how they died. Buzz, buzz. A heavy sound reverberated in the entire void. That was the sorrowful sound of order collapsing and the rules being destroyed. Wherever the silver-white energy beam passed, the void would be stirred up. It was like a scar in the void that was burned by flames. Now, the scar was still expanding to the left and right. A few minutes later, when the scar was so big that it could swallow hundreds of world light orbs, the energy of order disintegration disappeared. The black thing that filled the entire heaven light world, it seemed to be almost empty. Even if it wasn't empty, the Yongdan realm had also pierced through it, creating a huge hole in the world barrier. However, there was no void nearby anymore. There wouldn't be water gushing in like a hole in a boat. Instead, the things inside were falling out and were melted by the chaotic state of the void until nothing was left. Hundreds of billions of arrays also melted in the void. This time, Yun Nuoshing had the time to give Hui a thumbs up and grinned. Then, he rushed towards the huge hole in the Yongdan realm like a stream of light. "Feng, be careful," Hui whispered. Hui murmured softly. He shook his head and lowered his head to look at the glowing block in his hand. He had almost grasped the energy node and could begin to manifest it. He was almost there. Moving in the void only required a single thought. Yun Nuoshing seemed to have rushed into the Yongdan realm like a meteor, but in reality, it was just a method of movement that he had deliberately displayed. In any case, he had rushed in and was stunned. He held the netherworld ruins, sword in his hand, and thought that he would see something when he rushed in. Think about it. This place that was filled with the abyssal death fog would be filled with things. Other than those black, disgusting things that seemed to be born from nightmares, there was nothing else. Well, in fact, that was what he thought. Even if he used the order disintegration directly, he didn't think that he could completely clear out the monsters in the Yongdan realm. He rushed in and was ready to fight. He held his sword with both hands, and there was an unknown energy behind him that was about to release that destructive power. Then he saw an unusually quiet space. Unusual, quiet, and very strange. This was a dark space. Behind him was the huge hole in the world barrier that was chiseled out by the order disintegration. It was now slowly healing. It was very mysterious. Generally speaking, world barriers would not heal by themselves. However, this Yongdan realm was specially made, so there was a possibility that it could heal. Moreover, the speed at which it healed was faster than the void around it. Maybe the Realm Lord had strengthened the world barrier's recovery. There must be something fishy. Which unlucky Realm Lord would put so much effort into repairing the world barrier? In any case, what he saw was a strange galaxy. Strange. What was even stranger was that there was a planet facing the hole in the world barrier, a huge planet. At a glance, he could see a clear blue ocean, a continuous sea of clouds covering a small hemisphere, and emerald green mountains rising and falling on the ground. The majestic snowy mountains covered in white snow were like ancient ruins that no one had set foot on. Looking down, he could also see the plains dotted with branching rivers, which either flowed into the ocean or formed a lake. He could also see cities, yes, really cities scattered all over the planet. If his senses were not wrong, there seemed to be a place where life gathered at the bottom of the ocean or in the middle of the ocean. It was not the life of the ocean, but the life on the land here seemed to be of the human race as well, and their cities were in the ocean. Looking up, he could see a bright starry sky. This world seemed to have been born not long ago. There were abnormally many stars in the depths of the galaxy that were releasing scorching light. They flickered like a piece of black cloth that was embellished with bright colors. Yun Nuoshing. Oh! He silently put down the sword in his hand and carefully put away the netherworld ruins sword. He was afraid that the slightest swing of the sword would turn the planet below into a pile of dust. This is a little beyond my imagination. The little angel jumped out from his dissipating azure wings. Looking at the boundless planet and the vast and lush starry sky, she was stunned. Did you go to the wrong place? Yun Nuoshing used his thumb to point at the world barrier that was still healing behind him. This can't be wrong. Unless, slap, he rubbed his face that immediately turned red. Well, I'm not dreaming. The little angel. You can even do this to yourself when you're crazy. Yun Nuoshing looked at her with an indescribable expression. She didn't know what she was feeling. She felt awkward, conflicted, and her balls hurt. It was said that the Yongdan realm had been occupied by the abyssal death mist and its derivatives for almost 1,000 years. Moreover, there had been a fierce battle in this place. The Empyrean gods of origin had fought here, and all kinds of laws and order were broken. Coincidentally, the enemy was also in existence that could tear apart laws and order. With such a terrifying group of people fighting here, conservatively speaking, the void here had sunk tens of billions of times, and the void here had been distorted hundreds of thousands of times. Then there was a mess left behind. A ruined land had been occupied by the abyssal death mist. How could such a scene of peace appear in this world that was completely ruined? There were stars in the sky. All the laws and order were normal. There was no problem with his origin power at all. And most importantly, he had just launched an energy attack that disintegrated order at this place, leaving a huge hole in the world barrier. But it turned out that there was a world full of life behind the hole, and everything looked normal. What the hell? His original idea was that this was a world full of abyssal death mist. A large number of abyssal death mist derivatives were stirring, and even if there was anything, it would only be a pile of wreckage. The wreckage of the starry sky, the wreckage of the stars and the meteorites and comets flying around. The broken laws revealed an unpleasant presence, and the distorted order made people uncomfortable. The entire starry sky should be filled with strange, dark, and distorted energy that the beings of order could not adapt to. Or it could be filled with all kinds of corpses. The corpses of the abyssal death mist derivatives and the Empyrean gods who had not completely died back then. Then, the entire starry sky would be filled with remnant violent energy. The energy of the Empyrean gods could not find peace for millions of years. The above should be his imagination of this place. Then this Yongdan realm threw a planet full of vitality to him, with his current strength. Unless the heavenly god of the origin took action, it was impossible for him to fall into any strange dream. He had just slapped himself, and he was indeed awake. Then the situation in front of him could only be a ghost. I compared the void here with the void outside that you have just destroyed. This is indeed the place we just came from. The laws and order before us are quite normal, suitable for beings of order to survive. The more it spoke, the more awkward it became. Even if you are wrong, I won't be wrong. I was born there, and there will be no problem with my senses. So what he saw before him was real. He quickly buried all those unrealistic fantasies into the void. No matter what, no matter how he thought about it, what he saw before him was real. Even if this place was really occupied by the abyssal death mist for thousands of years, and he had just fought with them, and even launched a huge attack towards this place, but Yun Nuoshing looked like he was about to break down. There was but let's get out of here. It looks weird. This planet full of life is too eye-catching. Let's get out of here first. Yun Nuoshing frowned as he turned around, grabbed the little angel, and dashed towards the hole in the world barrier that had yet to close. The vigilance in his heart made him want to flee first. However, after dashing out for a distance, the planet had already disappeared behind him, and he did not feel that he was approaching the hole at all. We can't get out. Its expression was calm, and its golden eyes showed some complicated information. There is some strange energy flow. It doesn't look like those. It doesn't look like the abyssal death mist. Wait, let me do it. The little angel held Yun Nuoshing in its arms and spread its white wings, bringing the two of them towards the hole in the world barrier at an even faster speed. There was also some strange energy that was analyzing the space around them. Yun Nuoshing looked around with a serious face. After a few minutes, it stopped, a little depressed, and shook its head at Hao Run. It still doesn't work. He pondered and nodded slowly. Sure enough, this world that seemed to be full of life was still abnormal. Sometimes being too normal was abnormal. Moreover, this world that was abnormal in the first place looked so normal. That was even more abnormal. At this time, Yun Nuoshing and the little angel stopped running. They stood in the starry sky and quickly used all kinds of methods to analyze the space, from the outside world to their own bodies, and checked everything. Space normal. Order is normal. Laws are normal. Our souls and spirits are also normal. We are not disturbed. There is no situation where our consciousness is being captured. In short, there is nothing wrong with this place, but we just can't do anything. Speaking of which, there is something wrong with not being able to feel anything wrong, right? Yun Nuoshing knocked on his head with a headache. The last sentence was useless. The little angel shook its head and flew in another direction with Hao Run in its arms. Let's go check out the other directions. It's useless. It's probably useless. Things like directions are just illusions that are created for us. If we are really in some kind of illusion, we won't be able to feel ourselves and won't be able to recognize left, right, up, and down. Yun Nuoshing shook its head. The little angel stubbornly tried for a while, and when it found that there was indeed no special change, it lowered its wings in dejection. It could not help but mumble, "You always go to strange places. I've just seen the world. I'm locked in a little dark room again. I don't care. You have to take responsibility," and other strange words. Yun Nuoshing's face was full of tears when he heard them. However, since this operation was indeed because he had rushed in recklessly, he could not get rid of the blame. "Wait a moment. Can you still use your void teleportation?" It raised its head with a whoosh, its eyes flashing as it asked. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He squinted his eyes, and some silver and blue light flashed in his eyes. "Let me try." After a while, he could not help but feel a little powerless. He shook his head and said, "I can still use the power of the void, and I can still sense the void. However, the void seems to have rejected my orders. It's strange. It's the first time I have such a feeling in so many years. To put it bluntly, I can't run out, and the void transmission doesn't work either." The little angel did not know what to do. The two of them looked at each other and sighed at the same time. Really, this void is too ghostly. Just randomly running to a place can lead to ghostly encounters. Last time, at the edge of the lower plane, they accidentally ran into the heavenly god of the underworld. This time, they ran into something even more ghostly in their own territory. They were inexplicably trapped here and could not get out. Yun Nuoshing was still in deep thought. The little angel was still wandering around in the starry sky with him in his arms. It did not give up and kept changing its direction, trying to avoid something and run towards the shrinking hole. But no matter how it tried, it felt like it was still going in circles. No matter how hard it tried, it could not slip out of the place. 2 hours later, the dejected duo sighed again. The little angel rubbed her eyes with one hand. Just as she was about to stop her useless stroll, she looked up and saw a huge planet, a clear blue ocean, a sea of clouds that covered a small hemisphere, and a green mountain range lying on the ground like a sleeping dragon. The majestic snow mountain covered in white snow was like an ancient relic that no one dared to set foot on. Overlooking the panoramic view, she could even see a green plain dotted with branch-like rivers, the planet that they had just left behind, the planet that they saw as soon as they came in, the little angel was so scared that its wings stood up. It was running in the opposite direction just now. It definitely did not go back. But this thing still appeared in front of him. Yun Nuoshing touched the head of the little angel and said, "That's why I told you that all this is an illusion. The direction is a lie." However, it's not all useless. Yun Nuoshing narrowed his eyes and used his chin to point at the planet below. "At least I know that this place should be some kind of core or something. Since we can't leave, let's go down and have a look." Chapter 12:17. It fell from the starry sky towards the big planet in front of them like a comet. It must be extremely eye-catching to rush into this planet in such a manner. However, Yun Nuoshing was not worried. The huge power of the rules covering his body was enough to make everyone ignore this comet that suddenly appeared. When he arrived, he and the little angel were observing the world below. As they got closer, the blue sea that covered half of the planet became further and further away, and the cities that dotted the plains below also became clearer. With his eyesight, he could already see the entirety of this side of the planet when he was in the stars, and he could even see the tiny movements of certain people in the cities below. Still, he could only vaguely make out the outlines of the cities. The style here was different from that of the divine realm. There were no large buildings like palaces everywhere, and the larger houses were built out of rocks and some kind of clay that looked like castles. Every city had one, and the smaller ones were simple houses that looked like a mix of pavilions and simple houses. Apart from the grayish-white bricks and wood, the entire city was centered around some large buildings and plazas. It seemed to have developed fairly evenly, and there were no unbalanced areas in the city where the houses were run down, short, and filled with beggars and people who starved to death. Roads of all sizes spread out in all directions from the city to the wilderness. When they passed by rivers and lakes, they would pass through some small villages, or they would directly connect to another city in front of the road. Between the city and the wilderness, there was no city wall, but the villages would build simple fences. But from some small details, Yun Nuoshing felt that these fences had been in disrepair for a long time, and it did not seem like anyone would repair them. It seemed that building fences was just a habit left behind. In short, it looked quite peaceful at first glance. But in reality, who knew that a seemingly beautiful and peaceful world would appear in this godforsaken place? No, no, no. The existence of order, and the existence of order in this world, was enough to raise one's vigilance to the highest level. He wanted to use all kinds of methods to break this illusion. But everything before him was too real. It was so real that he felt as if he had fallen into a dream within a dream. The first dream was of him returning to the Dark Age. Yun Nuoshing's rapidly falling body stopped when he was about 10,000 meters away from the ground. The flames around him also disappeared. Out of habit, he used his divine soul and divine right to scan the entire planet. The little angel stood beside him and looked down at what was perhaps the largest city on the planet. She sighed as she looked. So many people, even if they know that this world has long been taken over by the abyssal death shroud, could not help but say that this is really prosperity, liveliness, peace. In your words, this is the most beautiful illusion? Yun Nuoshing used a few seconds to scan the situation of the planet. He opened his eyes and said, "If I didn't come here personally, no, even if I came here personally and used my own eyes to see everything in front of me, I feel that it doesn't feel real." He shook his head. "Think about it. What are those things outside? Ghosts, twisted creations, twisted things at the bottom of nightmares. These things are crowded outside the light of this world. And now, a world that could not be more peaceful is suddenly thrown in front of me. Let alone me. No one would believe it, right? It only makes me feel that this is an even more bizarre creation. Yun Nuashing sighed and scratched his head. Let's not talk about the abyssal death shroud first. Just the disintegration of order that I just unleashed. You saw it penetrate the other side of the light of this world. Even if I attacked the edge of the light, the inside of the light of this world should have become abnormally chaotic. Ordinary worlds should have been torn apart long ago. The energy level of this planet before us is indeed not high, and it is even more impossible to survive that energy field. The little angel's eyes also swept across the world. That gaze was almost fearless. From the plains to the deep sea and from the ocean to the mountains, she could see that all kinds of life existed in this world. This place seemed to be affected by the rules of the void. The most common race was humans, but there were also other races with distinctive features. However, these races seemed to be similar or basically the same in Yun Nuashing's memory. I think it would be better to plunge into that destructive storm in the void. Yun Nuashing clutched his head in distress. He had also seen the situation of this planet. Many races coexisted, and each race lived in harmony. There was no conflict to speak of. Looking at the entire world, there were not many scars left behind by wars and conflicts. If this was the realm of the gods, where many races coexisted without any defenses, a few groups of people would have already blown their brains out. Forget it, forget it. Let's go down and take a look. Yun Nuashing waved his hand in distress. His figure that was suspended in midair directly landed on the ground. When the two of them really stepped foot on the ground, their souls suddenly trembled violently. The two of them turned around abruptly and looked into the distance with an extremely shocked expression. That should be an area covered by snowy mountains, a place that no one had set foot on, just like an ancient ruin. Was it an illusion? No, he did not believe that it was an illusion. They were already in this realm, and even the slightest movement from their bodies indicated that there was definitely something wrong. But that feeling was like a fleeting glimpse, and it disappeared in an instant. It was so fast that they almost thought that it was an illusion. This world has already sensed that we have entered. It also looked into the distance. After a while, it turned to look at him. Do you want to go and take a look? Yun Nuashing shook his head. No, it's still. We walked in openly like this. Let's see if it will do anything first. If it doesn't, it won't be too late for us to go and take a look at it. As for what it was, he did not know. It was precisely because he did not know that he said it. In that instant, their souls trembled as if they had touched something. It was as if their gazes had suddenly intersected, or as if there was a sudden resonance between two things. At that moment, they had discovered it, and it had also known that they had come. As for whether it was good or bad, only God knew. This world seemed to be never short of legends. The vast world was too complicated for people who had to roar, to talk, and walk to get around. There were too many unknowns. According to Yun Nuashing's exploration, the life on this planet was scattered all over the planet. They were very widely distributed, but there were two natural barriers that blocked the communication of the people on this planet. This was what he thought after looking at the energy level of this planet. The blue sea and the rolling snowy mountains on the other side were devoid of life. There was not even a trace of life left. They were like ancient relics that no one had ever cared about. These two natural barriers blocked the communication of the people on this planet. Well, this information seemed to be useless. Yun Nuashing changed his clothes slightly. He put on a long golden and white scarf. The place where he landed was in the cold season. The people here called it the season of frost and fog. Although it was cold, the wilderness in front of him was still green, and the forests and jungles looked very lively. It was just that the sun above his head seemed to be going on strike. It was lazily and reluctantly releasing its light to illuminate the world. Right, speaking of that sun, Yun Nuashing raised his head, put his hand on his forehead, and squinted at the sun. It was not a real sun, but the remains of a big star after it exploded. But the remains were bigger than an ordinary sun after it exploded. Other suns would leave a quivering core that released light, heat, and destructive power after it exploded. But this one had about half of its volume left. The other half had already turned into energy and wind and drifted away in the galaxy. The galaxy around this sun looked empty. There was no trace of a big sun that had exploded here. A secondary sun. The original one had already exploded into pieces, and its energy had all dissipated. It can be judged that this world was probably born after that. It is like a new world that was born in the ruins and wreckage. Well, it sounds a little tragic. The voice of the little angel came out from his white and golden scarf. Yun Nuashing reached out and stroked the scarf and nodded. Its shape was too eye-catching. There was nothing similar to it on this planet. It did not have the cognitive blur function, so it could only hide it and pretend to be, well, an ordinary wanderer. Anyway, there were only a few kinds of excuses. This one was a little more vague and easy to confuse. Well, so what are we doing here? It could not help but whisper. Yun Nuashing pressed his long hair, except for his long black hair that almost reached his ankles. He did not look much different from the locals. Didn't we come here to look for the altar of nothingness? Who knew that we would see it when we rushed in? This damn scene. It seems that someone has asked us to act. Let's act as much as we want. Let's see who can't stand it first. Act. Well, that's the gist of it. You see, isn't it clear? We rushed into this world, and then were abducted into this inexplicable scene. We are forced to stay here. Isn't that what they want us to do? Yun Nuashing shrugged and sighed. God knows what they want us to do. It thought for a moment and said softly, maybe there is someone who doesn't want us to see something. For example? It was silent for a moment as if it was weighing its words. The miracle of this world, the truth, or something that someone treasured. For example, someone like you? Yun Nuashing waved the scarf playfully as if it was something that the underworld had painstakingly brewed. In the end, they did not know that it had already been born and had been abducted by him. It paused for a moment and patted the back of his head with the scarf hanging behind it to show its dissatisfaction. If that's the case, you are the one who abducted me. Well, anyway, this explanation makes sense. If there is really something that someone has carefully arranged here, well, that's what it means. In other words, we have bumped into this someone's defense mechanism. Yun Nuashing hugged the back of his head and walked on the spacious road under the weak sunlight. He had landed directly next to what seemed to be the largest city on the planet. Then, with a stomach full of emotions, he hugged his head and walked further and further away. Now he was slowly turning back. The most speechless thing was that neither of the two idiots noticed this problem. They did not realize that they were getting further and further away from the city. About 10 minutes later, a person appeared on the road in the vast wilderness and stepped into the city without attracting any attention. Yun Nuashing remembered the name of the city from the voices of the passers-by, Juguang City. Language problems had never stopped a guy like him who had been wandering in the void. The number of worlds he had seen was at least 8 digits, if not 9, and there were many who were involved. The so-called language was also in the self-records of this world. This planet existed in the light of this world, and at the bottom of the concept layer of the rules of this world, there was information that recorded everything that had happened in this world. A mere language problem was naturally not worth a trip to that place. Anyway, when he entered this place, he was already prepared. Outsiders were very common due to the lack of city walls and similar inspection facilities. Given that this world was too peaceful, Yun Nuoxing felt that it was quite normal to not have these things. As the largest gathering place of life on the plains, Juguang City was also the closest foothold to the snow-capped mountains. The latter reason made it a place where people who traveled north and south gathered. People who rushed inland from the plains would gather here for various reasons. Among them, 40 to 50% of them came because of the snow-capped mountains, one of the natural barriers mentioned just now. It was located 137 miles north of Juguang City. If people from all places wanted to go there, they would have to stop here. There were also many people who lived in seclusion shuttling back and forth here. Those were the other life components that Yun Nuoxing had just seen, other races that did not belong to the human race. There was no war in this world, and several races lived in harmony. On the surface, there were a few big races, and some small races lived in seclusion on this planet, aloof from worldly affairs. Even if there was no war on this planet, it was still the same. Thanks to them, there was no lack of people who were dressed abnormally on the road. Yun Nuoxing's long windbreaker and long hair were not particularly normal, no matter how one looked at it. Other than his face that could be recognized as a human, and he was wearing human clothes, he was filled with the characteristics of an alien race, no matter how one looked at it. However, as long as he was not too eye-catching, it would not be a problem. After all, there were really many people going in and out, and some of them were even stranger than him. Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt something. He took out a small notebook from his pendant, flipped to the latest page, and wrote a sentence at the top. In the 51st era, in a certain year and month, I can't remember clearly, in a certain world of the void Yangdan realm in the Middle Plain, I successfully mixed in. This is the 10,000th time. I can't remember clearly. The scarf. It looked at him, writing this line. If it were not for the fact that it had lost its body, it would have knelt down and held its forehead. Was this guy addicted to sneaking in? He even recorded it. It just vaguely saw that the front of the notebook seemed to have recorded many examples of failure. It seemed that it was because he had tried to mix in and failed, so he suddenly maxed out the skill of disguise. Speaking of which, this guy did not really disguise himself. He just wore a scarf. If it were not for the fact that there were many different races in this world, with his disguise, if he was thrown into the human race, he would be mistaken as a member of another race. Look at his temperament. He did not look like a human. Oh, that's right. This guy was a god. He could not be confused with the human race. After closing the notebook with a bang, Yun Nuoxing put it away and whispered, "Why did you suddenly sigh?" A helpless sigh came from the scarf. It was very soft, and only he could hear it. He also used the same voice to ask it, afraid that the passers-by on the street would hear something and think that he was crazy. "Nothing." "Well, I'm just a little tired. You can continue your journey in disguise. Don't worry about me," it said sullenly. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head and looked at the street that was full of exotic styles. He did not feel uncomfortable at all. After all, it was not the first time he had done something like this. Whether it was in Feng Ling's life quarter moons or Yun Nuoxing's life, it was the same. At most, he would glance at other places from the corner of his eyes, and then he would feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He knew that this was the strange sense of déjà vu that filled the void. He must have seen similar worlds before, and it should not be just once or twice. The sense of déjà vu this time was a little stronger. There's nothing special to see. Well, the world of mortals, peace, and tranquility. I haven't felt it for a long time. The world I live in is not so peaceful, Yun Nuoxing said softly. It made a tsk sound and said with a little disdain, someone has done other than sleeping on the clouds all day long? Oh, some time ago, he went to the depths of the void and was half dead before sneaking back. After that, he lay down for a few days. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched, but he did not feel embarrassed. He coughed lightly and pretended to look around. Look, those clothes are so different from the style of the realm of the gods. Ugh, I don't want to wear them. While the two people were whispering, a child who looked like an alien suddenly pointed at him excitedly and said to the adults beside him, Uncle, Uncle, look at that weird big sister. She's talking to her scarf. Shh, don't look. That's a wizard from Nanping. He'll catch you at night to make medicine. Yun Nuoshing and the scarf. Although it attracted a little strange attention, it seemed that this kind of strange thing was still within the scope of normal for the people of this world. It was just that Yun Nuoshing felt weak all over when he was suddenly told this. He did not know if it was because he was called Big Sister or something else. I think we should hurry up and find some special places, such as... Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and swept away the lethargy from just now. He took a deep breath. Such as? I don't know. Let's go and see. In the end, it was still a trip to another world in disguise.